Buongiorno a tutti, un piccolo inizio spero di un passo verso l'internazionalizzazione di questo corso, di questo polo. Thank you, good morning everyone. And as you know, today we have a parallel session with the World Circular Economy Africa Network. Today, this is a parallel session, but this is connected to the main session in Africa, where the main events are happening, are booked for today and tomorrow. What I want to do now is to explain to you what we will do today. But before we have some host and the warm embrace to our host that are our students from all over the world. We have 23, 25 nations here today, but I will explain it and I will be more in depth afterwards. What I want to do now is to leave for a few minutes to the director Tiziana Laureti, that is a colleague, friend, and also where I am in the team of our department, who lead the Department of Economics and Engineering. That is without for some greetings, especially for the international students, and also to the main event that now is hosted in Rwanda, and to which we are linked, we are joined. Tiziana, ci vuoi dare un saluto?
Yes, thank you. It's a great pleasure that I'm here today. Sorry for being online. I couldn't be there with you. I'm more than delighted to welcome so many of you. I can see more than 60 students online, and you said 50 students there. So it's for those who does not know me, my name is Tiziana Laureti. I'm a full professor of economic statistics at the University of Tuscia, and now the director of the Department of Economics, Engineering, Society and Business Organization. Our department has been carrying out an intensive process of internationalization in recent years, and it's now in contact with plenty of foreign institutions all over the world. We offer international master degree programs in circular economy and mechanical engineering, but we are also working on a new course on international cooperation, project financing and management. And this is because we strongly believe that enrolling international students and creating a diverse campus is challenging, but it comes with countless benefits for our institution. First of all, international students enrich learning environment with different cultural perspectives. So thank you, Enrico, for organizing this event and for participating in this event.
Thank you very much, Tiziana. Grazie. So let's continue, and let me explain the environment, the introduction of the meeting of today. Today we have highest exponent, representative of different fields and of different strengths of study, even in the prediction, in the proficient way. But before this, the aim of the meeting of today is to provide for you the different viewpoints of the circular economy approach. Are different viewpoints, but there is one common ground. The common ground is the multidisciplinary approach, but also the interchange with the different cultures. The multicultural, could I say, the intercultural approach. Today, what we do in some countries, industrialized countries, was so-called sometimes in the past industrialized countries, no? To go toward the transition to the ecological transition that we say, we need some that are so-called critical raw materials, critical materials that are needed to make the transition. And it affects other countries that today are rich of commodities, rich of these materials. This is one of the common ground of the multi-side approach, because we have to see the circular economy, the approach of the protection of the environment, all the things that I hear every day in the media channels, everything I study on my desk when I write in the books, etc. But every time is something that I understand every day is related to the multi-side approach. Please stay here. Thank you. So today we are a parallel session that is linked, is joined to the main event that today is in Rwanda, as I told you before. What I want to do today is not only to hear and to realize, I say, a contamination provided only by the scholars, by the directors of the department, by the professor from and the other side of the dictionaries, officers, etc., but also to underline what I said in a few words before, also from the side of what today are our students, but what tomorrow will lead in their country this theme of the interculturality related to the circular economy, but in a wider sense, in a more wide sense, the approach that the protection, the environmental protection, is something related, is a common ground for every one of us. Today we will host Professor Giacomo Branca, that is well known here, but not to all of you. Is a professor of economics, agricultural economics. Then we will have Angelo Salsi, former director at Cinea. We will have also Simone Severini out from the list. Simone Severini is our delegate to the internationalization, is a greeting from the delegate of director. And coming back to Professor Angelo Salsi, is professor here at the Circular Economy course, but former, worked a lot of many years at the European Commission, that you know is for us European, because we are of different side of the world. He's very experienced in managing the things related to the in pushing the environmental protection. And also we have in the first line along Claudia Brunori, one of the apical figures in Enea, director of the efficiency resources management, and deputy director of circular economy, but behind the name of the officers is one of the most experienced person in the circular economy and the environmental protection from our Enea, our national agency for renewable resources and many other things that she will say to us. And then we will have Chiara Perelli. Chiara Perelli is a researcher and very active in studying the themes related to the circular economy over all the world. and then we will have Roberta Cimaruta from the special field of the biology, and she is professor. This is to underline the another thing. We are here, and let me take 1 minute to explain where we are, what we are doing from here. We are in Civitavecchia, that is 90 kilometers on the north from Roma. One moment. And from Roma, this is, as you are living, and many of you, I don't know how many are connected at the moment. How many are we? How many are we connected at the moment? Quanti siamo?
77.
Okay, 77. So we are more than 130. Okay, today. The University Center of Civitavecchia has the great capacity to merge and to embrace the scientific side of the biology, of the chemistry, with economics disciplines and disciplines that are more related to the field of the practitioners, I could say, you know, because when you are a scientist, when you are a scholar, is when you study something that is not new, no? The advancement of the research, etc., etc. But Roberta Cimaruta is related to the studies of the ecology, to the environmental protection. And as we are understanding, as we are learning nowadays, this field of research is directly related to the economy, to the general economy, to the general wellness, to the level of the wellness of us. At the end, we will hear Marco Marconi. Marco Marconi, some of you is known from some of you. Marco Marconi is, yesterday was adjunct professor, no, assistant professor. Today is associate professor, so greetings and compliments to Professor Marconi. Professor Marconi is an expert of design, eco-design. Today, this word is very well known, eco-design, how to design a new product so as not to generate the waste. For him is 15 years of experience in this field. The first one who I want to leave the word is Professor Giacomo Branca, as I said before. He works all over the world, but he's especially a lot of projects of research are focused for in Africa. So I'm opening the field to you. The floor is yours, Giacomo, Professor Giacomo Branca. And he will explain us something about his experience, and also he will treat us to put us a bit of triggering for future of studies and not research, but something to be curious for us. And he will explain his experiences of international project with Africa. Giacomo, posso lasciarti?
Thank you very much, Enrico, for the introduction. But above all, thank you for having organized this event with students and other attendees in Viterbo, Civitavecchia, and other areas of the world. I see many people attending, I think, from other parts of the world. Yes, I will, as you said, I will like to share with you some of my experience in the field of circular economy from the perspective of the economic policy. So from the perspective of the economics and to especially to highlight what exactly the economics can provide in terms of economic policy can provide to the concept of circularity and circular economy. Okay, so you should see the presentation now, hopefully, on the screen. As I was saying, I'd like to share with you some of my experience in the field of the circular economy and I chose the agri-food sector because it's where me and also people working with me are providing some contribution. And of course, mainly in Africa. I do work also in other parts of the world, but most of the experience is in especially Southern and Eastern Africa. So I will briefly describe the areas of work. Then I chose a couple of projects to share with you some examples. And then I will try to summarize some of the lessons learned for, especially for investments and policies. And also I will highlight some of the possible resources that in case you are interested, you can also refer to. What I of course I present is work that I personally conduct in Africa, but also I'm part of a team, and you, Enrico, you have cooperated with us with the InnoAfrica project. It's a project that Dr. Perelli, who is another member of the team, will talk about later in the afternoon. So I will not focus on that this morning. So I'd like to provide an overview of what are the areas of work and essentially the activities that we are involved in. They have to do with project design, first of all. So you know that many of the interventions that are conducted in those countries are on the project basis. So they require a lot of work to set up a proper planning, identify the objectives, the targets, the flow of funds, etc. And economics has a lot to say. Economic analysis is one field of work. Everything related to the data management, the data system, the results-based framework, which is the framework which links the investments with the results, because you know the private and also public investors, they want to know what are the outputs which are linked to the resources that are invested. And so it's important to show all these. Of course, the monitoring, the evaluation, and again, the financing opportunities. Strictly related to this first area of work, a second area of work is the preparation of proper investment plans. Again, whoever is investing in the economy would like to know what is the profitability of those investments, what are the co-financing opportunities, especially now clearly all the interventions in, for example, in Africa, but I would say in many other emerging countries and continents, they cannot rely only on public funds. So there is an increasing demand for private investments, which are available, but private funds are available, but they need proper investment plans. We are at university, so we conduct a lot of research and analytical work. I just indicate here on the slide some of the areas which are related to circular economy. And one, of course, is innovation. Circular economy has a lot to do with innovation. I think we will hear about that later in the day. But there is a problem of adoption, especially from those who are involved. And if we talk about Africa, much of the economic activity is in the hands of small families and smallholders. So they have a specific profile, and the adoption of this innovation is not something which is very good. Risk analysis related to that, of course, policy simulations, a lot of public investments, public money, but you need to do introduce proper policies, and you need policy simulations to identify the possible effects of those interventions and policies. A lot has to do with climate change. I will say something more in a few minutes. So they identify what are the possible cost of reducing the emissions, it's something crucial at this stage. And of course, policy support. Policymakers can do something, but they really need support from institutions like universities, which do this kind of work. This is the area where we mainly work in Africa, as I said, Southern and Eastern Africa. Here I list some main themes, some of the main areas where we have conducted those activities. So climate smart agriculture, ecosystem-based smallholder production, and food security. This is an area, it's a team of work which is there's a lot of requests on that, and I will show you some examples. Because clearly there is a trade-off between the need for producing more food for a population which is increasing and the environmental context, especially climate change, which is adding an additional risk to the already risky production system in Africa. Of course, those are related to the Sustainable Development Goals. So I indicate here on the right, which are the SDG, which correspond to the areas of the theme. Forest regeneration, watershed management, incomes, inputs and markets, bioenergy, sustainable fishery, and policies in resolution development. So these are the main themes. Of course, each theme will allow some subtopics of research. So as you can see, there is really a lot to do, and there is a lot of much ongoing. Now, quickly, I'd like to jump to some project examples to give you a better flavor of what we do. One, of course, I cannot talk about all the projects that we have been involved in. So I chose two. One is in Malawi. This is a project design work. As you can read from the title, is adaptation for watershed and communities. So has to do a lot to do with the environmental context, the watershed areas where most of the communities, rural communities, work and conduct their production activity to generate food. It's a 6 years project, supposedly starting next year. It is FAO will be, which is the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, is promoting this project as an accredited entity of the GCF. I don't know if you know that GCF is a Green Climate Fund, is one of the most important funds which provide grants, essentially, so funding financial opportunities to developing and emerging countries. And so FAO is an institution which is accredited with this fund, so it can essentially manage this money, and the GCF is $1 and additionally would be some co-financing from other institutions like IFAD, which is the International Fund for Agricultural Development, is another UN organization, but it's more as a bank for development. Then GEF, which is the Global Environmental Funds, and of course the government, because the local governments should and communities will contribute, of course, to the effort. That's a basic approach of those projects. It's the co-financing and also contribution from local resources. Yeah, this is the possible potential in terms of number of beneficiaries and the actors. Now, the problem is that Malawi, as many other countries in those area, in that area, is facing the problem of climate change. For example, one of the problems is the increase in the temperature, but we also know that there is a reduction in the regularity of the rainfall. And in those countries, the agricultural sector is a rain-fed basis. So So it relies on the rain, and so irrigation is very limited. And at the same time, there is a huge increase in population, and so there is a degradation in the ecosystem. So these kind of mappings, we don't have time to go into the details, but there is a lot of analytical work which shows you the problem, so you can really see what is the issue. So these red dots on this map, for example, that's the soil loss. So there is a lot of soil fertility loss, for example. This project is proposing an approach which looks at the watershed, so the interrelation between the activities that are conducted upstream in the watershed area and what's happening downstream. So there is a need to have a transition from a heavily degraded ecosystem where which is, so this picture you see on the left is the effect of the pressure of the agricultural sector in hilly areas where so there is a lot of degradation and erosion. And on the right, you see a picture where you see some of the possible benefits of introducing, for example, forest regeneration. And well, the project has different components. I'm not going to talk much about that, just to show you that, of course, when you develop a project like that, there are different contributions from different components. One, for example, looks more at village and community activities. A second one is more on the promotion of production system, and then the third one, for example, here is on policy and institution. A second project is in Ethiopia. This is a project which, on the opposite, has already ended, almost going to end. So we can also see some of the results. This is an IFAD project, so it's the Fund for Agricultural Development again. The objective is to improve income and food security. So there is this need to, of course, increase the income and food security, which is the starting point of many of those projects. But there is a need to do that in a sustainable way, and that's a challenge that most of those interventions face. This project has to do with mainly irrigation. So you see, for example, irrigation schemes. Of course, irrigation, so water is crucial when we talk about climate change and adaptation. But also you see cooperatives, also helping the farmers to work in a cooperatistic way can have some benefits. And of course, looking at the extension and the youth. So there is many of those projects will, for example, promote the involvement of women and youth. You will learn more about that in the afternoon with Chiara Perelli. Dr. Perelli, she will explain, she will show you something about gender, especially. Okay, those are some of the interventions. You see, water is clearly making a difference in this context. This is a very arid and or semi-arid environment. So water can really expand not only agricultural production. You see also some fish ponds here on the picture. So aquaculture is another additional source of income. Now, I think I have a few minutes left to say something about the lesson learned. So where do we see circularity in all this? Of course, climate resilient agriculture leads to reduced use and extraction of new resources. So, you know, circularity can have many different entry points. And one is to reduce the impact on the environment. My students know that we have been discussing this several times. So to reduce the pressure on the extraction of the resources, so by better using the existing resources, it's an element of circularity, of course. And so also increase the efficiency as it's an element which will make a better use of the existing resources, and also will reduce the emissions, so pollution, for example, into the environment. The economics. Well, as I mentioned at the beginning, the economic analysis needs to demonstrate that those investments are profitable from the private perspective, and they're also feasible from the social standpoint. So we are using public resources, so also the society, and we know that the resources are scarce. So there is a trade-off between using the resource in promoting these kind of interventions, or you can use elsewhere. So economics needs to demonstrate that indeed those initiatives are profitable and are feasible also for the society. And policymakers need to have these kind of results in their hands when they want to promote, if they want to promote those kind of activities. There is a big issue in terms of innovation adoption. We did some research on that, and I will say a couple of words next. So this is one of the possible results of economic analysis. Students that study, for example, cost-benefit analysis know those indicators like net present value, internal rate of return. So those are showing if and under which conditions the projects are beneficial. So counting, estimating the cost and benefits of those projects is one key contribution of economic analysis. As I was saying, adoption is not something that we give for granted. So we can develop whatever technology innovation, but if then whoever is using, in this case, land resource, farmers are the stewards of the land. And so if they're not willing to adopt the innovation, of course, this will slow down this circularity enhancement. And so some of the barriers that we found through our research, of course, is knowledge is one key barrier. And so many projects indeed look at estimating the results, but we also know that it's not called the top-down approach. So from research in the field, for example, in the extent, and then it's not just just implemented immediately. So there is the need for them to learn in a slow, and also to realize that these kind of interventions are really beneficial. Risk is a key barrier to adoption, and also there is a problem, clearly economic. There is a barrier to transition. Transition is not immediate. So if we want to promote a transition towards a circular economy and towards circularity, there is a need to consider that there is a transition time. This lag period, which needs to be covered, because during this period, many of them would decrease. Their income would decrease. So there is a need to promote financial opportunities. 1 minute about funding. Who is paying for those projects? Well, development banks, of course. There's this public money which is channeled to development banks. Those are loans, mainly. But as I say, the private sector can play a big role, is already providing a big role, because they are willing to invest, but we need to demonstrate that investment is profitable. Communities, strange to say, but many of those communities are very much interested in their in investing, because they know that through investments on their lands will increase their own benefits. So it is possible to find funding opportunities also at the local level. I just want to show, but I don't think I have time. I don't know if I'm running out of time, but One option is a concept of payments for ecosystem service. You may have heard about that. Some of those activities can generate benefits to land users. So, for example, I know if I do, for example, the forest, or I use the land for pasture, I will generate benefit to myself, but I also generate the cost to downstream populations. Mechanisms like the PES, is it possible to establish a payment from downstream population which are willing to pay the upstream people so that they can protect the environment? And they can generate ecosystem services like water, biodiversity, and carbon. Now, some of them are global, like biodiversity and carbon, they are global ecosystem services, and so they can be funded also through, for example, global financing. I mentioned here, like the carbon market is one option, and I just want to show you, like, the result of a regional analysis where we show that many of those countries are capable to generate a reduction in the emissions, which is also competitive. So they can generate at low cost the reduction in emissions. Through these kind of projects, like, for example, the reforestation projects, is it possible to generate a reduction in emissions or a sequestration carbon at a cost which is competitive? And this is very important for a bank which wants to fund, for example, investment projects. Just to conclude, I want to show you in the last bits of analysis that we do is on policies and institutions. So some of the findings show that it's more effective to rely on economic incentives rather than on regulation. But there is a need to build sustainable private sector-led markets, to strengthen research and partnership, to build institution capacity, and then to develop financially viable opportunities. For example, investment plans for the sector engagement. We cooperated, for example, to the development of the climate smart agriculture investment plans in Lesotho and Zambia, which are World Bank effort to generate bankable options for private sector to invest. So again, to promote this transition to what is called low carbon. I conclude just pointing you some of the resources. These are some of the publications that we have been done or to which we have contributed. More you can find on the web, or you just can email me if you are interested. Yeah, I'd like to thank you for the attention, to highlight what are the partners that we have been working with through for direct cooperation or projects that those institutions have funded so to us. Yeah, as you see, one of those big projects is the called Innova project. You will hear more about that in the afternoon. Professor Mosconi was also part of this project, as well as Professor Laureti, Dr. Perelli, and other colleagues. So again, thank you very much for your attention, and I don't know if there are questions or comments. I'd be happy to answer. Thank you.
Thank you, Giacomo. Professor, let's say. Thank you, Giacomo, for your speech and your clarification, even for some project in which you involved me too, because you involved me too in Innovation Africa, if I remember well. And I have to speak every time when I speak with this kind of professor who are very committed in doing something. So internationally, I remember to myself that I have to speak the word humbly speaking. We have to be very humbly, a lot of us. This is also the reason why you don't see anyone sitting behind the desk, because every one of us has to learn, no, one to each other, okay? Without to be too much ecumenic, we say in Italian, but this is an Italian word, ecumenic. I will explain you afterwards. But thank you very much, Giacomo. And now, before to present you next one, to introduce you the next one, I would like to leave the floor some minutes to Simone Severini. He's an economist, agricultural economist, and delegate of director to the international students. We are a team who develops the international courses and the opportunity that you all students that are here is because me and Simone works on the field of the internationalization. Simone, Yari.
First of all, thank you very much for inviting me. And I wanted to just tell that I will be very, very happy to visit your premise in Civitavecchia and to meet the students. I haven't done so far, and I'm very sorry for this. So I'll be very happy to visit you and your student in Civitavecchia, which is a very important course. I don't want to abuse of your time. I'm not an expert on the issue you are covering, but this is just to provide some greetings from the whole university and to let the student especially know that we are very much interested in this topic, and we found a strong interest on the topic of circular economy worldwide. Okay, so I think for us it's very important to help all of you that are working in this subject. I've seen the presentation by Giacomo Branca that is very rich, and so provide you an idea of how much research we are doing as a university in this field. But I would like also to say that we are very happy to promote additional teaching in the area of circular economy with a special focus on Africa. Okay, so just to let the student know that we are planning to first of all to finance additional scholarships for students from Africa, and next year we will have scholarships deserved to students from Sierra Leone, Niger, Tunisia, Cameroon, and Sudan, because we realize how important is the linkage between Europe and Africa. We have a common future, and we should try to collaborate even more than in the past. Of course, we are also planning to develop some cooperation with African universities. So I hope we'll be able to meet other universities in Africa and to see what we can do together. For example, to develop possible collaboration in terms of, for example, double degree programs. So I don't want to abuse again of your time. It's better that you focus on the topic specifically, but I would like again to say hello to all the participants, also on the behalf of the rector, and to say that we are very much interested in this topic and the possibility of further thank the research, but also the teaching in this very important area of research. And please contact me if you have any problem or suggestion or comment for future improvement. And going back to Enrico's comments, of course, I'm working on this project of internationalization of our university, but this is a common goal, and many people are working in this very important, but very, let's say, complex goal. So thank you to all of my colleagues and staff that are working in this direction, including, of course, Enrico Mosconi, who is supporting since the beginning this important objective of our university.
Okay, thank you, Simone. Thank you, grazie infinite. It is important behind the roots is to be together, not as a team, but even with basic willingness. This is a voluntary work, I say, no? Okay, thank you very much. So before to continue, I want only to read the number of enrolled people and the countries that we have in the course of circular economy that I humbly lead. Humbly is my main word, no? Okay, Armenia, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Benin, Canada, Eritrea, Ethiopia, Gambia, Georgia, Germania, India, Italia, even. Morocco, Nigeria, Pakistan, Russia, Rwanda, Somalia, Ukraine, Uganda, Uzbekistan, and Vietnam. So this is only to introduce a bit of the experiences and the word I was using in the beginning from my introduction, why the introduction I made before. What I want today is to leave a message to our friends from Rwanda, but also from our friends, colleagues, and people who are in network from Africa, because we have students here from the other side, and they will give us a message, a testimonial, a feeling, a sense that they have in studying here, to be stimulated to study here circular economy. So, Angelo, just I slack a bit. I would like to have a break by listening before Laminzano, who is are you the first one who was to speak, or? Okay, the first one is Lamin. Okay, Lamin, can you come here to give a warm embrace to all the African students, and then will be the. It's like a break, Angelo, okay? Okay, come, Lamin. Okay, remember, say something of what you want. You prepared also something. Please, Lamin.
Thank you, everyone, once again. It's a pleasure and honor to praise August gathering here on behalf of the African student, the international students body in the University of Tuscia. I would like to welcome you all to this auspicious gathering, and then special greeting and hi to those that are streaming online, our Rwanda channel guys. Thank you very much and welcome to the occasion. It's a pleasure and honor.
Thank you, Lamin. Then I know that you have a speech then to explain to us. And Angelo, what do you want to do? You want to start your speech? And then we listen the students, okay?
As you want.
Okay. Angelo Salsi is, I told you, is a professor of us. We owe a lot of gratitude to have one of the highest former officer. Can I say former? Okay, officers of the European Commission, head of department, one of the main agencies of our institution, the European institutions. But what I feel from him, what I felt from him, what I learned from him is the passion and the love to study the environment under all his declinations, could I say, because he had the opportunity, can I say, as a man of study. He is really a scholar. He had the opportunity, by working in a so high institution, to be near the environment for all his life, watching, studying, and analyzing, and we could also say evaluating, evaluating all the best, the excellence of the commitment of written in projects, okay, for the environment. So, Angelo, Professor, please tell us, the floor is yours. Do you have, okay.
Thanks, Enrico. So welcome to everyone again, and thank you for participating to this event and inviting me, having me here. I'm going to try to take you through a sort of a short flight over what's happening in terms of European Union and its commitment to what we call the European Green Deal. So as Enrico says, I am a former official of the European Commission, so therefore don't take my words in any way as coming from the European institution, because it's not my duty anymore, but clearly I abandoned the house, as we call it, only a couple of months ago, so my memory is still quite fresh about what we did in the European Commission. And the opportunity I had that Enrico briefly mentioned, indeed, was a single shot in my long career, but it was a great one. I managed in one way or another the LIFE program for almost 29 years, and the LIFE program since 1992 is by default, if you want, the environmental fund for nature and circular economy, quality of air and water, waste, and so on in the European Union. Then it opened up to climate change, and more recently, it also annexed energy efficiency. So it is indeed more than 5,500 projects financed in 30 years that we celebrate this year. And it was like walking into the greatest possible supermarket of ideas that were not only put on paper, but later on put in practice on the ground. So the LIFE program has given me a sort of a window of opportunity to look inside policy implementation in almost every environmental related policy you can think of. And when the EU Green Deal came around in 2019, this big strategy and omnicomprehensive strategy of the European Union adopted by the new Commission, was it new? Was it really so different from the past? In reality, no. In reality, if you look inside the Green Deal, you find many of the things that the European Union was already taking care of or trying to, whether this is waste, air, water, and so on, and obviously climate change. But in practice, yes, because it was the first time that the European Commission had the political courage, if you want, and the mandate from the member states to really put everything together as a single design for the future of the European Union. And obviously, being the European Union, the market it is, this spillover effect of what we are trying to do in-house is enormous outside the European Union as well. And in fact, the European Green Deal has also a very important dimension in international terms. But going back to the European Green Deal, if you want, it has three main axes or goals that it wants to achieve. By 2050, carbon neutrality in the European Union. Behind carbon neutrality, obviously, there is much more than simply CO2 and greenhouse gas emission. There's much more than that. You can think about energy, just one of the elements, which is a driver of carbon neutrality. Then you have the disconnection, if you want, between use of resources and raw materials and economic growth, which we turn into the word of circular economy in a certain way. And then you have the third item, which is leave nobody behind. And I would concentrate for a second on this one, because indeed it did appear in the previous policy approaches of the European Union, but it was not so, how can I say, outspoken. It came also at a time which was somebody could even think that the encyclica by Pope Francis, Laudato Si, which came out just a couple of years before, could have been a driver of that. I don't know whether it was or it was not. Certainly, I know that when the encyclica came out, in the corridors of the European Commission, there was much talking about it. So it might have had a certain influence on it. I'm proud, nevertheless, that a body like the European Commission and the European Union as such adopts a strategy where they think about all the possible solutions in technological, economical terms, but they also put as a main part of the strategy the solidarity element. I was talking the other day with a friend who was telling me, yeah, the idea that you stop producing endothermic engines for cars by 2035, it's a great idea, but will we get sort of a guarantee that the electric cars will be affordable for those that cannot pay for an electric car today, as compared to an endothermic engine, which obviously has been depreciated over and over and over again in terms of research, and installation and line and production lines and so on. Clearly, it's a fair question. Is this part of the solidarity? In a certain way, it is. Probably is not the one that you think immediately. Another element where solidarity chips in and it becomes immediately a visible element is energy. You have people in Europe which still today heat themselves, warm their houses either with coal, and this is already a pretty good solution. Many of them, they even use rubbish to warm up their houses. And this is in good old Europe. So the solidarity call, if you want to go for the goal of 2050 being carbon neutral, would call also for solutions where indeed the solidarity becomes a physical or a tangible element. I give you an example, a LIFE project. This LIFE project was aiming at air quality in southern Poland. Southern Poland is one of the hot zones in terms of bad air quality, just like the Po Valley in Italy, or the Ruhrgebiet in Germany. And in particular in the city of Krakow, a city of 1 million people, the project intervened by mobilizing something like 800 million euros coming from the cohesion fund. And this money was largely used to change heating appliances in houses. And obviously priority was given, or let's say grants were also extended up to 100% coverage of the cost, depending from the status of the family, the economic capacity of the family. They intervened in households where the people were going out and fishing for rubbish like plastics and things like that, and were burning plastic in their stoves to heat up their houses. You can think about the result in terms of air quality and air pollution. In 4 years of the project, the city of Krakow moved from more than 230 days every year that were exceeding the limits and ppm and NOx and all the rest, to less than 30 days. So, and this is 1 million people, and many of these 1 million people would have never had the possibility to afford the change, the technological investment that was needed. So these are just, if you want, drops in the ocean, obviously, but they give you the feeling of how solidarity can be turned into something very physical, very tangible, that can go down to the level of the single individuals. Then the Green Deal has another series of merits. Probably one of those that I like the most is the fact that the biodiversity crisis is put at the same level as the climate crisis. Right. In reality, climate is still in the major narrative, whether you read newspapers or you watch TV or you go on the web, is a key subject in most of the discussion, but biodiversity crisis is coming up more and more, and we realize every day more that if the climate crisis is a huge one and a very stringent one, the biodiversity one is not the less. And probably in the biodiversity crisis, we might have crossed already the tipping point for many of the species and the habitat. So the point where whatever we do, they will not return to us. Think about an extinct species. So far, apart from the movie Jurassic Park, I don't know of anyone that has been able to recreate a species, I don't know, from a piece of bone or whatever. When it's gone, it's gone. And we don't think that this is important, but think that roughly 50 to 60% of your pharmaceutical products, the one that we do use every day, they come from nature still today. So every species which is lost, it's an opportunity which is lost to heal us. And this gives you the sense of how close the biodiversity crisis is to our daily life. Another thing that the Green Deal has put at the center that was not so well packaged, if you want, before, is what we call the farm to fork strategy. So this idea that from the farmer down up all the level to your table, there is a whole thread that links the various activities, whether these are economical, productive, consumption, or whatever kind of activities, in a name or with a focus on sustainability of those activities. If we take the end of the line, think about food waste. 30% of our food is thrown to waste in developed countries every other day. Think about the way we eat and we provision ourselves of energy and any other substance to grow and stay alive. Much of it, again, in many developed countries and in many countries that are ramping up in terms of individual wealth, is coming from animal protein. With the population that we have in the world, if we continue like that, we will not be able to afford this kind of diet anymore, because it is very energy inefficient. So all of this, it's to give you the idea of how big, how exhaustive, and how courageous is the Green Deal. It's probably one of the first time in recent times when an international institution like the European Union is able to give a dream to its citizens. And people, they need to dream. They need to think big, and they need to look forward in a positive way. Otherwise, you get immediately into a situation where society drops down and to basic and rudimental kind of life, and this is not really what we would like for our sons and daughters, and probably for our grandsons as well. Are we serious about it? Well, we faced a couple of big challenges very recently. The first one was called COVID. And already with that one, everybody thought, okay, the Green Deal is dead. So when we will get out of COVID, with all the damages that COVID had on economy and so on, we will probably bounce back to the classical economic solutions, which is public investment. Let's build roads and all these kind of things to relaunch economy. And the second one, even worse, if you want, in a certain sense, is war in Ukraine. At least for Europe, obviously it has a big blow, but not only for Europe, and the following derivative, which is the energy crisis. So clearly, all those has had an impact on the ambition connected to the Green Deal, file by file. So there are certain elements which came down to some compromises. If you look at Repower EU, for example, the new strategy on energy, it does contain elements which, from a pure environmental perspective, they are more compromised than really an ambition. But the basic elements are still there. And so this shows to me that not only the strategy is a unique way of looking at our society for the future, but also we are pretty serious about it, and we stick to that for the moment. So, and think, believe me, keeping 27 member states, each of them with their own ambition and expectation, and within each member state, in countries, say, like Italy, Spain, and Germany, each region, even not if every municipality with its own expectation, and keeping them on the same line for such a long period of time and through all those crises requires a hell of a lot of energy and how can I say, and stamina. So I invite you to look at this as the half full glass instead of the half empty. Then obviously, if you have all those ambitions, a classical question is, okay, European Union, and where's the money coming from? Who's going to pay for the bill? So a lot of it is not going to come from the European Union. The European Union manages currently a budget which is roughly 1% of the GDP of Europe. So we manage peanuts compared to the 99%, which is still in the hands of the member states, which is the way we are built. We don't really have own resources in our budget, very limited for the moment. So we cannot really, if you want, people look at Brussels as the source of trillions of euros here and there. In reality, all those trillions of euros behind the next generation, they derive from the guarantees that Brussels can give to the financial actors, the one that put the money. But most of the money is still in the cash register of Rome, Berlin, and so on. So that's where the money should first and foremost come from, and that's where the money is coming from. Obviously directed to strategies that are agreed at European level. Still, with the 1% that we have in our hands, we do, I think, the best we can. I mentioned to you only 2 programs that might be interesting in terms of supporting circular economy and climate change and so on. One of them is LIFE. It's not only because it's the one that I know best, but also because it's the one that I was there in 1992 when nobody was talking about circular economy. So we were already financing projects on circular economy in those days, and the noun, the definition circular economy was not even in the reports, if you want. We were talking about recycling waste and things like this. The other one is Horizon. Horizon is certainly the biggest chunk of money, more than 100 billion euros over 7 years. LIFE is only 5 billion euros. Still, it's a hell of a lot of money for individual projects when it turns out to be, say, 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 million euros for a single project. And you have seen from Professor Branco before what you can do with one project. You can do a lot. And these are only 2 examples of projects that mostly deliver grants, so subventions, which means cash for free, if you want. They usually co-finance the projects. So the projects are initiative by third parties, a university instead of a municipality, a regional park instead of a private company. We do finance practically across the whole spectrum of legal entities. And there are other programs which are more specialized, like Innovation Fund, which is the program that uses the money coming from the profit derivating from the exchange of CO2 quotas, so the famous ETS. And Innovation Fund finances pure mitigation initiative. So it's very focused on one particular aspect. The list, if you want, of programs that do finance or support circular economy, climate neutrality, and so on, it's quite long. You can find money elsewhere in Interreg, in INPA, and so on. The international dimension is also quite focused on those things. So in the international financing, circular economy, climate change, obviously they have a major role to play. So the possibility to give materiality to ideas that somebody could have that would bring society one step forward in this challenge, they are there. The only challenge is that is the number of different programs and the vastity of these possibilities that exist, because they do not end with the European Union money. You have seen before, if not the World Bank, or many other institutions, including private philanthropy. So the funny thing is that money today seems not to be the, how can I say, the limiting factor. It's more limiting the access to the particular resources, financial resources that you might need for your project in terms of the mechanics to get hold of that money. So some programs are designed in a way that they simply are not fit for purpose for your idea, while others could be, but your task and your challenge is to find the right one. And then the other thing is to understand in a certain way the jargon, the narrative, the processes and procedures that regulate each and every funding mechanism, which is an art in itself. So don't go around saying there is no money. Money is available. The problem is more the accessibility to the money than really the quantity of money that is available out there. The invitation I can make, especially to the younger, if you want, audience of this meeting, is to think that there could be jobs and profession in that area. So looking for money is a profession in itself, and it has a value. It can be sold to entities that need those resources and don't know how to get hold of them, and later on maybe they don't even know how to manage them. So think also as this possibility. It's a nice entry point because it allows you to be connected to the materiality of what you studied. You can implement things in a project, and at the same time, it allows you to create a network of knowledge and people, and to get a salary. So and do something good at the same time for society, meaning not yourself alone and your family, but also the broader group. I hope that I have accomplished my task, Enrico, and I leave it now up to you. Thanks for the patience.
Thank you, Angelo. Even because some of you will find Professor Salsi in European environmental law. Are you the professor of environmental law here, if I remember correctly, no?
Yes, you are.
Okay. So you will take the exam with Angelo. So, And now let's go into see to be connected to the main event in Africa, in Rwanda. So thank you, and let's go into see the event.
Mundu Rwanda rw'imisozi igihumbi, urwo rwatubyaye nirwo ruduhetse. Yewe Rwanda turagukunda, yewe nawe uzadukunde. Mundu Rwanda rw'imisozi igihumbi, urwatubyaye nirwo ruduhetse. Mundu Rwanda nanone yahora mama wihorere, mama wihorere, nzaguhongera bihogoye. Yego mwira nawe rero ujya kubyina sanyamunire, ujya kubyina sanyamunire, amashini mundu bijyanirana. Yego mwira nawe rero ujya rusumba rw'indengera, rusumba rw'indengera, yarwara sumba imvura iragwa. Yego mwira nawe rero mama wihorere, mama wihorere, nzaguhongera bihogo. Yego mwira nawe rero nirusirikane bakwezi ngamuzisebese ntiragutarakanira, nirutindukane uretse rutaganira kurinda kuba zizanye murazizana gutara mutima. Iyo ari bwicaro ndamuririmba nkavaho byatsi cyongere ngo nkore murindi. Nugamirwa z'u Rwanda aho muraye ntaro icumu ryagaruka batanye hasana hasana.
Your Excellencies, Honorable Minister Mujawa Maria, Minister of the Environment for Rwanda, Honorable Ministers present, ambassadors, captains of industry, leaders in civil society, distinguished guests, Murakaza neza i Kigali. Bonjour, mesdames et messieurs, and a warm welcome to the World Circular Economy Forum. My name is Tanya Habimana. And I'm Nozipo Shabalala. What an absolute privilege it is for us, Tanya, to serve you over the next few days as your co-host. But in true African style, what we want to do is maybe extend a special welcome to our audiences around the world. There's more of us, Tanya, than just these four walls. So if you look at the camera over there, and you look at the camera over there, and you look at the camera over there, it's everyone joining us from around the world. So it is a special welcome to all of you. I do want to also give a special shout out to all the studios that are joining us around the world. So I'm going to start right here in Kigali, Rwanda, and say Mwaramutse to all of you who are joining us from here. Then I'm going to make my way to my own home country in Cape Town, South Africa, and I'm going to say Dumelang Sanbonani. We are so happy to have you here. And then we go to Lagos. And we go to West Africa, we go to Lagos, Nigeria, and we say hello to our brothers and sisters. We go to Cameroon and we say bonjour to all of you joining us. And of course, we go to the University of Tuscia in Italy, who's joining us. We go ciao to our brothers and sisters joining us there. And then I have to get this one right, Tanya. This is to our brothers and sisters at the University of Turku in Finland. And we say ordeva to all of you this morning. And so what we really want to say, it is a special welcome from Africa to the world. And it sounds like you got that one right. But let's also extend a very special recognition to the dance troupe Indanga Mirgwa for their excellent performance, indigenous to this very city, Kigali, our pride and culture, Rwandan heritage.
Oh, thank you for your greetings from Rwanda, from the main event of the World Circular Economy Forum 2022. Thank you, Tanya. Thank you, Nozifo. This is a warm embrace from the global event local studio from Italy and Civitavecchia. We owe a lot of gratitude to Citra and to the World Circular Economy Alliance to be hosted in this parallel session from Italy. Thank you again, and now let's continue with our event in Italy. Now is the moment of some of you, of students. Before we had the opportunity to hear Lamin Sano, one of the students of the first year. And so, Lamin, I ask you to be back again here. to open the short session of student experiences or feelings in going depth with some topics. Okay, so I mean, if you want to be here again. Okay.
Good morning to you all. As I said earlier, my name is Lamit Sano, a Gambian by nationality. I am, as an international student here, studying master's degree in circular economy. It's an honor and pleasure to join this noble institution to pursue such a highly prestigious program. It has been a wonderful experience since I came, often interacting with my highly esteemed professors. Some of them are present online and present, of course. Actually, I am honored to be here, and then I am looking forward to learn a lot from this highly prestigious program. As an international student coming from a developing country, I mean, it's so important to pursue a master's which is actually affiliated with sustainability and development, which is actually a crucial topic in our African contemporary society. Yeah, so I look forward to learning more from the institution and it has highly esteemed professors. Thank you very much. I give the opportunity to my fellow students to also give the testimony. We're going to sorry. Okay, so I'm sorry about that. That was misconstrued. We have a presentation to make, which actually we prepared, which is circular economic students in the University of Tuscia. We come together and make a presentation which has to do with the nature of circular economic approach in Africa in general. So I hereby commence the presentation. The first part of the presentation, it's going to be the circular economy. I mean, we all know the transition from the linear economy to circular economy is a global challenge, and Africa is not an exception. And then if in such we came together as one and prepare these slides, the presentation for today. First, I will start with the circular economy in West Africa. The past, that is, as we're talking about the transition, it started somewhere before we are today. So we say we are going to talk about the past, the present, as well as the future. So in the past, waste from other continents has always been an issue. I mean, in the past, when the time of technology, when technology intervenes, I mean, back in 19th century, Africans were having the access to technology, but the technical know-how was lacking. So most of the times when we talk about circular economy, we want to make sure that we do away with making the product, we use the product and wasting it. So in that transition, people should be present who have the technical know-how on how to deal with the products that we are using. So instead of use the product and waste it, then we want to maintain a more circular approach, which has to do with take the product, use it. Instead of the life cycle, end of the life cycle, instead of wasting it, we tend to recycle it and reuse it again. So the transition course, I'm going to look at three categories of materials. The first category of materials, which I said waste from other continents, which is specifically the electronic materials. Example like the laptop and the mobile phone. Before, people used to use this laptop, though it's not actually so positive before. People use the materials. At the end of the life cycle of the material, the material will be dumped because there was no presence of technical expertise to repair and then make the product available for the use again. So when people use laptops by then, at the end of the life cycle, they throw it. And the laptop, we know most of the laptops we are using as well as the mobile phone are not coming from Africa, but most of them are used by us. So when we use it, we don't have the technical expertise to repair these products. We tend to throw them by the end of the life cycle. In such a clean commerce world, some of the people who throw these products will have to go back to the garbage, take this laptop, burn them to take out these things. This was the life before. So that's why I put it in two categories, the past and the present. So right now, I mean, thanks to education, people technical expertise are available who really think is necessary by the end of using these technical materials, you definitely don't need to dump them in the garbage. You can always take them to an expertise who make them available for use again, which is actually more scalable. So the other thing I want to talk about is garbage dump. I'm not surprised. Ahead in this slide, we are going to come across some statistics which actually will speak for this. I mean, Africa actually, more than 1/3 of the main dumping sites in the world are located in Africa, which we'll see in the slide. And the reason is there are many factors that are contributing to this. Primarily, I will start with the population. I mean, the higher the population, the more consumption. And the more consumption, especially when people are not sustainably using the product, they tend to dump them in the landfill, which has to do with the functionality. So population there has an impact on the fact that we are consuming as much. So population growth leads to the mass consumption currently. So we also talk about the last one, that is plastic, which I think is an issue because since plastic is non-biodegradable, it can cause more harm than we can imagine. So the plastic dumping in Africa is on the increase. So it was on the increase before, but the problem is plastic is the material that actually is sifted together with, like it can move with the wind. So when people use the plastic, they throw it, the plastic goes to the ocean. That's what that's why I put that arrow. And then we believe that the plastic is not only harming the inland, but also harming our marine life. So Africa has a coastline of almost 30,500. Imagine a coastline of 30,500. Dumping plastic in inland, and plastic moves to the sea, intoxicate the marine life, which actually has many effects on our marine life. So we go to the other side, that is the African circular economy, which I believe that the transition cannot be done individually. We have international corporations as well as the government institutions and other bodies that are involved in helping us transition from a linear approach to a more circular approach. So we say one of them is working hand in glove with the Continental Union, which is the African Union, in collaboration with other entities to ensure that they transform the goods that we use and also give us the mentality to use goods instead of using goods in a linear way, to use them in a more circular way. One of which is the African circular economy aims to support Africa's transformation from a circular economy that delivers economic growth, jobs, and positive outcomes at national, regional, and continental level. So we said the circular economy, rather than offering specific solution or recommendation here, they are not actually giving theoretical solution, the African circular economy, but they are also giving helping people in making use of the waste that we are doing and that we are wasting, and as well as creating job opportunities. So we go to the second slide, please. Yeah, we said the African Union, as I said, one of the key bodies that is actually helping us to tackle this problem of linear consumption is the continental body, which is the Continental Union, African Union. An organization representing all the sovereign states on the continent. This is what they do. As I said, African Union set a target. I mean, based on their projection, African countries will pursue sustainable waste management approach to ensure the realization of African Union Agenda 2063. Meaning this is a projection made. And you know what a projection is. It's like a focus. But I mean, the projection cannot be, the goal of the projection cannot be attained individually. The individual has to be involved, the local level, the countries, as well as the union itself. It has been projected that by 2050, the volume of waste will shift from 174 million tons per year in Africa to approximately 516 million tons per year across the continent. So we said that most importantly, as I said before, consumption and population growth can lead to mass consumption. And then as long as there's mass consumption, when people don't try to modify their consumption habit or to consume in a more sustainable way, we expect waste or dumping to be on the increase. So most importantly, 90 out of 50 biggest dumping sites are found in Africa and are mostly located in Sub-Saharan Africa, which is actually what I was talking about. When there is a growing population and there is a lack of sustainable consumption, we actually will have to have, that's going to have an adverse effect on the way we waste our goods. The things we consume after their end of life, we consume them. At the end of the life cycle, we throw them to the landfill. So, sorry, the next page, please. So we said the African waste management, now in statistics and theory, as I said, we are dealing with different types of materials. Most of the things we consume, as I talked about the laptop before, as well as the mobile phone, some of these are classified as technical goods as well as biological goods. So the categories of the goods that are used mostly are like this. We said that the emergence of recycling across African countries is characterized by poverty, which is actually a problem, unemployment and socio-economic needs driven by public, private, and non-governmental sector design. 90% of African waste used to be disposed at uncontrollable dump site and landfill, often followed by open burning. As I said earlier, there is no control in the way we consume the goods, notwithstanding, after the useful life of this product, we dump them in a more irresponsible manner. Because as I said, the product might not matter, the type of product you consume, but what matters is the functionality. If you use a product today and dump it in the landfill, even if the product is a biodegradable product, it will not be able to function well as a biodegradable product. So we said now the statistic is here. Thank you. In the statistic, we have the organic, plastic, paper, metal, glass, and others. Organic is the component of the waste we're making. 57% is organic, plastic is 13%, paper is 9%, metal 4%, and then glass 4%, exactly. So thank you very much for your attention, and then I will give the floor to my friend from Rwanda, who is going to elaborate on country-specific issues, especially in Rwanda. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lamino. Lamin? Lamin?
Yes.
Thank you, Lamin. Lamin, yes. Okay. So sorry for your great speech and opening this small session. Even to be synthetic is very well appreciated. Okay, now is the moment of Calixte. Calixte, please, from Rwanda.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yes, as the professor said, I'm Calixte from Rwanda. It's a great honor for me as a Rwandan for hosting the great event like this. And also it's a great honor to me to be a student of International School of Psychoeconomy in Tuscia University. As Lamin said, there is a different challenge in Africa according to waste management. And there is a forestation there are different challenges. But what I'm going to talk about what, as Rwandan, we're trying to do according to psychoeconomy. We try to making a solution about that. In the solution, as Rwandan, we're trying to make, it's related in waste management. In Rwanda, there is a local company, they come with idea to reuse plastic bottles, to making plastic bottle in new products. Is the one way, as Rwandan, we take as a solution, to take that plastic bottle, to reuse it in a new one that we can use. The second one, we taking in a consideration of banning one-use plastic. In 2004, Rwanda taking decision to banning all kind of one-use plastic. We're taking that decision because plastic has different consequences or different effects, negative effects to human being. One of the effects was plastic bags are polluting the land and water immensely. Yes, it's the one of the effects of plastic bag. The second one, plastic bag have become threat to life of animal and to water or sea. The third one, chemical released by waste products or plastic bag enter the soil and making degradation of soil. Finally, it can making deforestation and different things that we which is the negative effect. And then the good thing, and I think the last of my comment, it's what we have in Rwanda, it's like community works. Community works, we call it in Rwanda Umuganda. It's Umuganda Day. Umuganda Day, it's every last Saturday of month, all Rwandan, we came together to work in some activity like cleaning road, taking the waste products from the road and putting on light price. That way, it helps us to making our Kigali is our capital city, to being the first capital city in Africa as a clean city, because we're taking as our responsibility to making our country and our city to being clean. I think this can be useful for us and for the other countries, or even Italy or the other country, we can take in this way as a consideration, it can help us. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I learn every moment is oriental concept. Okay, now Rose Grace Usman, please, from Nigeria. Tell us about your feelings.
Hello, everyone.
Thanks.
As Professor has said, my name is Rose Usman, and I'm from Nigeria. So as we know, Nigeria is located in the west part of Africa, and we're known as the most populous Black nation in the world. So our population is growing rapidly, and we are a little above 200 million. And when you hear 200 million people, expect a lot of consumption, like we've said, which generates a lot of waste. So one of a concern in Nigeria, it says urbanization, where a lot of people leave rural areas to major cities like Abuja, which is the federal capital, to Lagos and Port Harcourt, which are some commercial capitals. So 52% of our population is concentrated in cities like that. And in cities like that, it's very popular and very common to see open waste sites where a lot of trash starts in MSW, which is Metropolitan Solid Waste, a lot of e-waste is just dumped openly, which is very bad for the environment. And here you can see some statistics here about the issues of waste management, where one of the largest open waste sites in Africa is situated in Nigeria and in Lagos, which I just mentioned is the commercial capital. So that waste site spans across 100 acres, and you can imagine 100 acres filled with waste that is not differentiated and is left open. And, so you can imagine the impact on the environment, where toxic chemicals like methane is released into the atmosphere, which contributes negatively to climate change. So you can see here that 90% of waste is linearly handled per annum in Nigeria, which means after products are produced in factories and are distributed and consumed, they are just dumped and put into waste, which, as we can see, is not very good. So one of the most popular solutions to our recycling and sustainability issue is a very interesting organization called Recyclers. As you can see here, there's a little banner about them talking about trash to cash. So most of our production and distribution in Nigeria is left, let me not say left, but it's done by the private sector, because a lot of our sectors are privatized. So most of the recycling and sustainability efforts, the bulk of it comes from the private sector. The government too is not left behind, but the private sector is still ahead of that. So agencies like Recyclers partner with communities where they collect waste or go to open waste sites, collect those wastes and differentiate the waste according to organic, paper, glass, and metal, and are disposed properly. And usually it's very common to see where plastics are used to create other items, like you see bags, some furniture, you see, you see a lot of people using plastics to recreate things. Then also turning paper, using paper and reconstructing it into other other consumables. So you can see that the sustainability efforts in Nigeria are still ongoing. The impact is not as great as you'd see in Europe, but we are on our way there. So getting the opportunity to study a course like circular economy in a very international environment like Tuscia University is a very good opportunity for me especially, because I would definitely like to contribute positively to sustainability efforts in my country. Thank you.
So from Ethiopia, if we have, yes, Eyob, Areda, okay, Eyob.
Okay, good morning, everyone. My name is Eyob Areda. I'm an international student from Ethiopia. Most of the things is said by my colleague students. The main challenge in Africa is about the solid waste management. And I don't think not only in Africa, but all over the world, we have an issue about how we manage about this solid waste. And in Ethiopia also, we have some challenge on this waste management. The main challenges are the low awareness of people about waste management and low awareness about environmental conscious. And the other main problem or challenge is the segregation of these wastes, because when we try to manage our waste, one of the most important things is differentiate our waste. If we cannot differentiate our waste into different categories like presented by lamin, plastic or organic materials and glass like that, it's hard to find a market to work on this waste management. And that's also one of the challenges, because it's not attractive for private sector to work on this kind of market, because we don't have a practice on segregation of waste, these waste materials. So these are the main challenges occurring now in Ethiopia, but we are working on some improvement, on some progress to how to solve this kind of problem. So we come up with some solution. The first solution is like when we work on this kind of circular economy, yeah, of course, technology is the main important thing, but technology is not just the solution, but with only some small practices, we can have a big impact. Like, for example, giving awareness for citizens in that area can be helpful. Also, there is an inefficient waste collection in the country. So if we can have a micro sector or a private sector organization in each village, we can have create a work opportunity for those people. Also, we can have an efficient collection of wasting material. The other thing is when we come to this circular economy, yes, of course, the high government play a main role on producing a procedure and policies, but only the higher level of the government or the international office are not the only one who's responsible when it comes to circular economy, but the action must be starts with individuals. So we can have this kind of decentralization, the power into the lower level of the administratives. We can go to, in every village, we can create some lower authorities, and we can have individuals take responsibility on this kind of factor. And the other thing in my country is going on is that we have a landfill, a waste landfill that's called the Koshe or rapid dumping site that is shown in the picture. And we are building a plant that transfers these wastes into energy. It started this project in 2017 in Ethiopia. And this plant uses 1,400 tons of the garbage daily, and it can generate about 185 gigawatts per hour annually electricity. And this plant accounted for about 30% of the city for electric use. So this is like one of huge improvement that is working on our country, because in circular economy, one of the important things is when we're producing energy, not only rely on the natural resource, but finding a new transformation of using wasting material to transforming energy. So thank you for time. And
thank you so much. Now is the moment of Abidwail Gilal.
Hi, everybody. My name is Gilal. I'm from Somalia. I am here to present this topic from the country. So I hope you can hear me well and see me well. Now let's turn on the other side of the coin. I think deforestation in Somalia. Every country around the world, they have specific problems about this circular economy or sustainability. Our main problem is deforestation, which is fighting the people against the tree. I mean, they cut the tree every year, almost 5 or 2 million trees felled every year for illicit charcoal. The main problem or the main cause is illicit charcoal. They see an opportunity at that place because I think the last year we introduced it and passed a law which is anti-charcoal deforestation policy law. So for that, our environment was so few trees because everyone used tree as he wants. No laws can prevent them. But I hope the next 2 or 5 years will save or prevent these problems. This is the main problem. I'm also here to conclude the project. This next slide. Wait. As you already heard about, the African Union have a project which is talking about the circular economy. They also propose that these factors are the main factors that hindering the African countries to influence or to continue their progress about the sustainability. They also talked about other friends. African Union, they also proposed the solutions, and they are also helping the countries to get data about the problem. So the main factor is the first one, rapid population growth in the continent. I think everyone knows about the population growth in Africa. It is like pump. Every country, maybe you can't imagine what is the real number, but we have statistics around 50 million, some countries around 10, 20 million. So that is a problem. As much as the population grows, the production, the consumption increases, and the wasting also increases. If there is no policy that's preventing this wasting and using circular or recycling the products, it will be much dangerous than before. So the last one is the last one is the solution. African Union proposed a solution which have two main pillars, which is bringing waste under control. First of all, we must control the waste, and second, we must use the waste as a resource. We must see as a resource. Finally, they conclude that their goal is 2023. Every single city in Africa must recycle at least 50% of the products of their waste. And also they have data and investment to reach that goal, and we'll come and see what will be the next. And that is all. Thank you so much for your kind listening.
So we finished, but before the closing of Lamin, that you understood before is very fluent in speaking. Please be with us. Alexander is with us. He has a speech in the afternoon, but now is only to take some greetings. So Alexander, please.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning, dear academical society, dear colleagues, dear African comrades. I'm Alexander from Ukraine, and maybe afternoon I'm going to introduce you in case about post-war sustainable recovery in Ukraine, about perspectives, about possible opportunities for post-war recovery and circular economy developments after the war, with also other students who will introduce you into case of some Asian and European countries. So maybe see you later. And greetings to them. Thank you for your attention. What are you here? It's really important thematics in nowadays. I mean, sustainable development case. Thank you so much. See you later.
Let me miss a moment again before Claudia Brunori that will give us the evaluation of this first. Okay, yes, because the evaluation is all yours, of what we made today. Thank you. So the closing of the first part. What do you say?
Okay, in conclusion, as I said, transitioning from the linear to circular economy is a challenge, is a very challenging issue. And then, the only way to achieve a sustainable waste management if we collectively work towards it, which I believe can only be done through education, institutional reform, and law enforcement. But individually, our attitude also needs to change. So in conclusion, we sum this. We say the African Union encouraged the African cities to recycle at least 50% of the waste material by 2023, so stated by my friends. I think 70 to 80% of the continent waste is recycled. It will help the country to uplift their economic activities. Waste, and I definitely believe that, and I believe sustainable waste management is just like killing the two birds with one stone. In as much as you gear towards proper sustainable management of waste, you create job opportunity and also provide income for people that are not having such an income in the society. So according to the Union, African countries are encouraged to establish strategy environment to enable waste material governance system managed by supporting data, infrastructure, institutional capacity, financial provision, monitoring frameworks, and control mechanisms. In this way, we Africans can effectively bring the pollution caused by inadequate waste management in Africa. And thank you very much.
And what I am doing now, okay. Claudia, it's your moment, but I think it's our moment to listen how we are, which is the level of our degree of the meeting. Claudia Brunori is a scholar in Italy, is also committed for the environment protection, but on the environment, on the operative field. What they realize is in concrete excellence, but also the capacity to go on the scale to realize environmental research, but also environmental experimental products, projects, plans for the industry, for the different sides of the stakeholders, I would say, we are the stakeholders. So what I did, what I didn't do. I didn't do the coffee break, obviously, because I had to save time, because I didn't know which was the Slack. This morning we begin with some issues, but it's normal at the university. We are not so perfect in organizations, but what we do is to enter in contact. The second thing you have not to forget is one CFO for those who are now today, for all the day. CFO is the credits for the students, it's important. Yes, la quinta, come si dice in spagnolo.
The motivation.
For them, it's not only the motivation, but the motivation is also to provide some experiences from the different side. And now I leave the floor to Dr. Claudia Brunori, and then we will have a break for operative information. So, Claudia, the floor is yours, please.
Oh, thank you, Enrico, Professor Mosconi. First of all, I would like to thank you for inviting me, and I must say that it was really an honor to be here this morning to hear all what is going on within this event. And it was also very interesting to hear what the studies, the analysis, the proposal that were developed by the students that show that they have already acquired a quite horizontal capacity of vision of the problem. So this is very important. Now, when going on with my slides, I will try also to get back to some concept that have already been said. So, well, first of all, I would like to spend some few minutes to present the agency I work in. That is ENEA. It is the National Research Organization, public organization, that is dedicated to new technologies, energy, and economic sustainable development. And our mission, as already mentioned by Professor Mosconi, is to support public administrators and enterprises and civil society in the implementation of technological and methodological solutions for the ecological transition. In particular, ENEA, everyone please. ENEA is divided in several departments, in 4 departments. 3 of these are dedicated to energy. So renewable energy, energy efficiency and fusion, nuclear fusion. I belong to the 4th department, that is Department for Sustainability. And in a very synthetic way to say, this is the department that deals with all the rest, all the complementary issues and topics to energy. So sustainability, we carry out it in following an interdisciplinary methodology that was also recalled early this morning as the master approach, the only real approach that you have to follow if you want to achieve a transition of the economic model, because the circular economy is an innovative economic model. Which is in opposition to the linear model, and it really deserves to involve a lot of different experts in different disciplines. So what I showed there is the big topics and themes, integrated and horizontal teams that in our department we work on by, as I said, trying to develop and implement solutions that are useful for public and private actors at different levels. So if you go on at different levels, because the department, here you can see in this slide some figures, it is spread in different research centers all over the Italian territory. There are all these, we are present in all those centers, with over 550 persons of staff, working on the different topics I listed before. And our operation is at different levels because we operate at local territorial level near to our centers. but also at regional and national level, and at European, and of course also international level. So if you can go on, this is the organigram of the department. Here you can see that your department is organized in 6 divisions. One of these, the first one, Division for Resource Efficiency, the division I am directing. But there are also other divisions. But I would like also to stress that the department, the director of the department, is also supported in technical activities by some services. So one of these is dedicated to the technology transfer for developing developing countries in topics related to climate change mitigation and adaptation. But there is also one of these services dedicated to support the coordination of all the activities that the department carries out in circular economy. About circular economy, as I said, the approach we follow is multidisciplinary. The core of the activities are inside the division I am responsible of. And for this reason, I am also vice director of the department for the specific topic of circular economy. But we work in close connection with all the other divisions. So we work with the Division for Sustainable Materials in all the topics that are related to product innovation, but also health protection technology to evaluate the impact of the process and services and processes on health, biotechnology and agro-industry, and also very important, all the alignment also with the protection and valorization of natural capital resources, because this is not only natural resources are not only something to be protected, but can be a very important economic value. And this has already been mentioned before, because natural capital can provide all that ecosystem services that are economic value for the territory and for the people that live and work on that territory. Please go ahead. So this, as already said, this is the approach. If we want to achieve the transition of the economic model, we really have to look for complex solutions, because we have to handle with a complex system. We cannot go forward with single and separated initiatives. This can help, but cannot promote the complete transition. So once you have to implement this transition let's say on a territory, then you have to make the effort to have a look on different aspects that impact on the economy of that territory. So natural resources, as I said, agriculture, buildings, water, mobility, and so on. And not last to be considered the economic aspect, because when we talk about sustainability, of course, this is we always have to have clear in mind that we are talking about the 3 pillars of sustainability, which are environment, society, and economics. So you cannot have sustainability if you don't take into consideration the 3 aspects altogether. Please go ahead. So this is why in Enea we develop and implement technologies, but also methodologies, tools, and innovative approaches to support this transition to a more sustainable and circular economy. towards more sustainable and circular models of production and consumption. This we apply at different territorial level, as I said. So by focusing on micro context, like small enterprises, specific production process, to meso and macro level, so industrial areas, urban areas, regional areas, and on. Of course, the approach that is the methodology that we follow is the same, but we aim a different target. We have to make a sort of tailor-made solution that is fit for purpose for the context that we are taking into consideration. So please go ahead. I heard about a lot about circular economy solutions that are related to waste recycling, and that is, of course, the start, the beginning of circular economy. However, we have to, if we want to go forward a different economic model, we have to think with a life cycle approach. And this means, and this already has been mentioned also by Lamin. So how much it is important that we follow a life cycle approach and we take into consideration the whole value chain. So we have to start, of course, by the product design. And we have to think about what resources we will use for using the product, to be inside the product, but also to be used in the production process. If we can try to optimize our production process, reduce the consumption of natural resources, and also there is the possibility to optimize the use of the scraps, of the production scraps, through the industrial symbiosis. I will talk about it later on. But also very important, and you can see there is an example of how many ways we can close the loop, in how many stages. That is not exhaustive, but beside the last part, that is on the left upper side, recycle, you can see that you can close the loop in so many other places in the value chain, and some of these have already been mentioned, for example, in the promoting reuse of the products. But as you can immediately see, what is the core part of closing the loop is the part that involves consumers, and consumers. And probably in this last year, there has been a lot of focus on the end of life of products management, and on the production, so involving who is the producers and who is and the recyclers. But there is a very strong need also to put emphasis on the consumer. Consumers have a very key actors in the transition to a circular economy, because they can make the difference. And if they are not correctly informed and involved in an active way, there is no way the transition will not happen. So very important also these initiatives and proposals that I have heard, that to start from initiatives that involve the communities. This is very, very important, because it is the weakest part of the whole chain. So it's very important. Just to go back, just to make a few examples on what you can do as eco-innovation. Of course, the principal tool that you have to put in place is eco-innovation. you have always to look for innovative solution that can be of technology, but also methodological. It's the same. And you can also think about social innovation. And this is very important also as a new innovation application. So as a product innovation, then you can, of course, as I said, look for designing new concept products that have to be recyclable, that you can repair more easily, because of course there is a need to promote and to train people to be able to repair. Of course, this is very important, but at the same time, it is very important that products are produced from the beginning in a way that they are easily repairable, that they can be adjusted, that they can be single components can be substituted, that you don't have to throw away the whole product because it doesn't work anymore. Then you have to look for lightening, so less use of resources. Try to reduce the quantity of material that you need to produce the product, but maintaining the same level of performance, and use innovative materials that are more performing with less need of material. Substitution, of course, also of dangerous substances is important for all the reasons, environmental, but also for the workers, for the users, and for the end-of-life management. And there is a need for process innovation. Of course, as I said, there is a lot of potential there to change some aspects of the process, the production process, in order that we can use less resources and produce less emissions, wastewater, and so on. So implement innovative solution and analyze the whole process in order to be more efficient. And after all this, there is the potential of systemic eco-innovation. As I said, industrial symbiosis, I will explain later. But also, when talking about the potential of closing the loop in the part relating to the consumers, there is the possibility, and we should go for promoting new ways of consume, like a sharing economy. That is very important, and the passing from the possess of a good to the payment of a service. This is somehow already, as an example, this already happens, for instance, in some phone society. You don't pay to buy the smartphone, but you pay for the whole service and you get also the smartphone. Of course, it is not yours, but you have the service assured. And this concept can be enlarged also to other type of products. Please. Okay, so here is the list of some strategic roles that Enea is involved in, but I will leave this slide just for your knowledge, just to mention that besides developing and implementing this innovative solution, of course, Enea is working in close connection to the ministries of environment and enterprises in initiatives, national and international initiatives that do promote that first of all try to figure out what is the position and the state of the art at the national level on specific topics. But then we promote also the collection and diffusion of best practices. This is an approach that has been launched first of all by the European Commission with circular economy within the monitoring framework. In 2017, the European Circular Economy Stakeholder Platform was launched, And it had the aim to individuate best practices and to disseminate that many times we don't have to start all over again. We can find some useful solution, also looking at what already in other places has been in place. So this is the logic, not start all over again always, but to try to get value from the experience that have already been carried out. This is the Italian circular economy stakeholder platform that is coordinated by Enea, that was launched as a mirror platform to the European stakeholder platform that I mentioned before, and it works in connection with the European platform, and it has the aim to promote the Italian way for circular economy. Please go ahead. It includes, it is operating in different working groups. You can see the list there. So besides the analysis and trying to figure out what is the state of the art, but also the gaps and the priorities that should be faced on that topics. So besides transversal topics like research and innovation, training, economic and regulation tools, and also circularity measurement tools, because it's important not only to talk about the circularity, but it is fundamental that we measure the circularity that we have now and where we have to go, and what are the indicators that can help us to individuate in the right way, and what are the priorities. But also there is focus on the best practices that are related to specific value chains or to cities, and in general to territory management. At the moment we have 800 experts participating in this working group from 280 organizations. 60% of these are from the private sector, demonstrating how much the private sector is interested in this transition and how much the private sector is ready for this transition, most probably even more than the public sector. Sorry, there is just to, because I have seen that the study you carried out is focusing on specific value chains that of course are also those that are recalled by the European action plan on circular economy. Of course, there are subgroups of these working groups that are dedicated to the specific value chains: construction and demolition, textile, electric mobility, electronic equipment. So just a suggestion, if you would like to visit the website, you will be able to find on it a database with over 200 good practices. Maybe it can be of inspiration also for you. Okay, now I would like to pass to some examples, so that we move from the general approach to some example. The first of these is related to the waste from electric and electronic equipment that was mentioned as a main issue also in Africa. This is the approach that we follow in Enea for the valorization of this type of waste. It is a very complex waste, and it's difficult to give value to it. But it is also a very valuable urban mine that we have in our pockets. And we very often don't know, at least we know, but the majority of people don't know. So, for instance, here is shown how much valuable raw materials are contained in a simple personal computer. And we are talking about raw materials that, first of all, are not produced in Italy and not in Europe. So, but of course, Africa is very rich of these raw materials. But we don't have to forget that they are contained in these products in very high concentrations compared to those that are present in the mines. So even for those countries that are rich in are rich in mines for these raw materials, even for that countries, the possibility to recycle them from electronic equipments is more convenient from economic point of view and, of course, from environmental point of view. Please go ahead. So these are some examples of processes that in NEA we have developed that are based on hydrometallurgical technologies, which is in contraposition to the pyrometallurgic technology that is at very high temperature. In this case, hydrometallurgy is, I don't know what are your skills here, but it's chemistry. If some chemist is here, then you will understand. Because you simply separate, put in line a sequence of chemical, physical steps, treatment, that do allow the separation of specific raw materials in a very selective way with high rates based on the chemical properties of these raw materials. So this allows to have a process at ambient temperature with no emission, a very low energy consumption, and very high rates in the recovery of these raw materials. Yes, there is a pilot plant that we developed and realized in our research center. Casaccia Research Center is in the north of Rome, near the lake of Bracciano. I don't know if you are confident with this, but it's even a nice place to be. And personally, I work there. And we realized this pilot plant for based on the patented process for the recovery of gold, copper, tin, lead, from printed boards. But it is has been realized in a flexible and modular way in order to be feasible to use it, also to adapt it also to the to other processes, to the recovery of other raw materials from other typology of end-of-life complex products. And just to mention that with regard to the topic of raw materials, this is a very strategic topic raising to the attention at European level, but also at national level. Also because of this particular situation in these years that has shown all the weakness of the long value supply chains due to the pandemic situation, to the geopolitical problems. It has been so much put in evidence how being dependent on longer range supplies is a big weakness, besides, of course, being an approach that has a very high ecological footprint based on the transports. So in this sense, there are a lot of initiatives in Europe, of course, initiatives on raw materials, sustainable and secure supply are in place in Europe from over 10 years. with strategies on raw materials, but these are becoming more and more important in this last period. There is a European alliance on raw materials, and is participating in with a lot of other Italian actors also. And in particular, at the national level, I would like to mention that we support the Ministry of Environment and Enterprises in the coordination of the Italian National Working Group dedicated to strategic raw materials. We coordinate the working group on eco-design and urban mining, namely. And also worth to mention the Italian phosphorus platform. Now, phosphorus is one of the critical raw materials identified by the Commission. The criticality of this raw material consists in the fact that it's necessary for the life, but the production system in Europe do import from outside Europe the overall quantity that is used. So phosphorus is not only needed, of course, for agricultural purposes, but also used in other important value chains and productive sectors. So we, let's say, in this platform, we coordinate a sort of discussion and work with interested stakeholders from different from enterprises, but also civil society, public institutions, and public and research and innovation organizations, and investigate all the aspects, new technologies, but also markets. What is the market situation, and how this, what is the regulation that impacts on the possible closure of the loop of the value chain of the phosphorus, and of course how all these results that we achieve can be exploited and disseminated. This is important to mention because I think that it can be a very nice case study pilot that can be replicated also on other type of raw materials. But I think that phosphorus is important issue also for Africa and for other countries. Another important issues that I would like to mention is related to water and wastewater. I was a little bit surprised that from your examples, there was not an important emphasis on this. But the water as a resource is can be and should be as well have a central place in the transition to circular economy. Let's go ahead. Also, water is necessary to life, but it's also necessary to a lot of production activities. And we are experimenting a lot of problems, even in Italy. So we have to be very careful with this resource and respect it a lot in all our proposed solutions. So these are some examples that we developed in Italy for the efficient use of water in civil buildings. So there is a way not to spoil water. For instance, not all the use that we have in our buildings do need water, drinkable water. If we could think about buildings where the system to deliver water is separated depending on the use that we make of this water, already there we could have we could not spoil it. We could use it in a more efficient way. There was an experiment some years ago in Bologna, and we realized some buildings. I think it was a live project, a POSEI project, just because it was mentioned before how much powerful this tool, unfolding tool is, and we realized this this building with 6 flats inside, where we made this separation. This proved to be very, very efficient. So please go ahead. And also these are other technologies that we developed and implemented for either municipal wastewater, but also industrial and agriculture wastewater. I don't want to spend too much time and don't want to go too much in technical detail, but it's important to understand about these technologies that we also always try to not only to treat water as a problem, but to think about the treatment as a producing process that produces water, but also nutrients and other materials that can be useful. So it is a change of paradigm in the way we think about the end-of-life treatment. Wastewater treatment is not anymore the treatment of a problem, the management of a problem, but it's a production process that produces something, as well as a recycling process that are not to resolve the problem of waste management, but are production of raw materials again. Please. So when we develop these technologies, our aim is to try to give as much as possible value to wastewater, either by recovering nutrients, materials, and of course water, a high quality water, but also by recovering, producing, for instance, biogas, biohydrogen, and recovering as materials, precursors for biopolymers, and so on. Yes. The approach at the end in the shift that we propose is to pass from a management that in this moment is very dissipative. The problem of wastewater treatment is that it has a very high energy consumption. And pass to a circular management that avoids all this dissipation, gives value, and tries to use inside the same process or in other processes that are outside of the treatment plant, the energy and the thermic energy that can be produced. That is produced in this process, in order not to be a problem, but an opportunity for the territory where it is. Okay, now the third example is related to industrial symbiosis. I mentioned it before. Industrial, you can go. Industrial symbiosis is a concept that takes an example from what happens in nature. So it is a sort of ecological concept in nature. There are no residues, no waste that is not used by other living organism that is not used by another living organism. This is what happens in nature. With industrial symbiosis, we try to promote a similar approach and collaboration between different production processes and different enterprises. So what is a scrap for a certain enterprise can be a resource for an enterprise of another sector. And this is the concept of industrial symbiosis. It can, of course, give economic benefits as well as environmental benefits, because you can have reduced costs for raw materials. You can create a new professionality, because you can create experts in this field. You can create new market opportunities, because maybe there are enterprises that are working on the same territory, but they belong to different sectors. They don't even know each other. They don't know that what they are doing. But if there is a way that facilitates their collaboration, there is some systemic action that facilitates, maybe they discover that what is the scrap of one of these can become a resource for the other. And there is a mutual benefit, because the first enterprise will not have the problem of the scraps as a waste, and they have to pay to deliver this waste. And the second enterprise might have a convenience in getting that resource instead of supplying it outside its territory. But of course, as I said, there is also environmental benefits, because we use in a better way the resources. We avoid the production of industrial waste, and so we reduce also the landfill from industrial waste. And we, of course, also from a social benefits point of view, as I said, we can create a lot of new jobs in this field. And the cultural shift, because we create we create a cultural shift in the enterprises that now are focusing on a competitive approach, but in that way they would be forced and motivated, let's say, to shift to a collaborative mode and relationship with the other enterprises on the same territory. So this is the approach that we follow in Enea. We work on industrial symbiosis. It's now more than 10 years that we have projects on the territory on industrial symbiosis. Of course, what we do is, first of all, we have to create a friendly relationship with the enterprises, because when you talk about information, sensitive information on the resources they need and the waste they produce and what is their production process, they really have to have faith in you to tell you all this information. So they must be convinced that it is worth to tell you. But then when they are convinced, we map what are the information input and output resources, the production process. And then since we make the same mapping on different enterprises of the same territory, then we try to identify possible symbiosis pathways between different enterprises that are on a territory. And we, of course, inform the enterprises of this possibility. And then we make also a repository or investigate all those that are environmental aspects, regulatory aspects, technical standards, because of course the scrap that is produced shall have this technical quality that is valid for the enterprise that will use it as the input resource, and also what is the economic impact to this possible solution. This I have this is a list of the projects that we carried out in more than 10 years. And in different territories in Italy, we have mapped at the moment 170 enterprises, input and output resources, and individuated more than 1,900 potential synergies between these 170 enterprises. So the potential is very, very high. Please. Finally, because we are in Civitavecchia, and I would like to make just a few slides on what is our approach for circular approach. That is a mixed approach between industrial symbiosis and general territorial management, and all those innovation proposed in the management of end-of-life complex products and water. Port areas are very, very interesting. This, in our opinion, these are the connection between the blue economy and possible circular economy. Actually, we shouldn't talk about blue economy separated by circular economy. We should directly talk about the blue circular economy, but later on I know there will be a lecture on this, so we'll not spend too much time on this. What is important is that I started from sending you some example of technologies and solutions, technology solutions, separated by the context. I went on talking about industrial symbiosis, that is an eco-innovation, systemic eco-innovation example, a very powerful tool for systemic innovation. But I would like also to talk about a concrete application case. So just to see how all of these can somehow put in place in a real place, in a real case. So a port, as I said, is the frontier between the sea, the land, industrial activities, urban activities. So it is a very complex context, a very challenging context where we can try to apply this transition to circular economy. And we have to take into consideration in this analysis either the infrastructure that is in place in the ports, but also the resources that pass in the port, get in, go out, whatever resource, products, waste, water, people, whatever. It is a passing through place, so it's very challenging for this reason, and also it is a central place for where we can exploit circular markets. So we can really try to make a challenging pilot study. So it has been already mentioned before by somebody that how cities are at the front place as places where the transition shall be put in place. They have the greatest part of population. They host the greatest part of population. They are the place where the greatest part of resources are consumed, but they are also a place where a lot of production activities are carried out. So we can think about the port as a specific place of urban areas, and as a frontier with all those urban and peri-urban and surroundings of the city. It is the forefront, let's say. Please go on. So what is the approach that we propose is based on specific values that is the approach inclusive approach that involves all stakeholders that are active on that territory, and try to involve them in the so-called with the so-called approach of the urban living labs. So moments that somehow can recall what you proposed as community activities, where you try to put together all different stakeholders from different sectors that are living or working in that area and are interested in what happened and how that area is managed. And then try all together in a co-governance approach to develop some customized solutions, so tailor-made for that specific area, corresponding to the needs and to the cultural typicality of that area and of the people that live there and work there. And then, of course, we have to respect the principle of sustainability, economic, environmental, and social sustainability. The intervention area that are individuated are a vertical intervention area because it is very complex. So we have to individuate what are those value chain sectors where we can focus. It can be tourism, it can be seafood, logistic of the port, shipbuilding, the construction, because you told me, and whatever, production. But what is important is that the features that we're looking for, we have to look for is that what we propose should be replicable. So what this is the sense of being a pilot. As much as possible replicable, following modular in the sense that, of course, it can be replicable only for something, not necessarily as a whole. Then it should be directed to achieve zero carbon solutions, which is our main mission, as said before. We are looking for that, and based, let's say, on a nature-based solution vision. So very much focus on nature as part of the solution, not only part nature, not only as something to be preserved and protected, but nature as part of the solution. Yes, I'm really almost to the end. So this is an example. We could, for instance, focus, individuate those intervention areas that could be drivers that are more ready, that are those of more important for that specific context. So, for instance, here you can see tourism and seafood, blue food. And then going on, we can, based on these selected sectors, we can consider this as catalyst for proposing solutions also on other additional sectors. So take these drivers that are the most ready, let's say, low-hanging fruits that can easily be achieved, but as drivers also for more difficult and complex solutions. And this is the last slide, just to give the idea of what we are trying to develop. We are working, and we will be working in La Spezia Porta within a project that is almost starting now to propose this methodology. We really hope that we can further collaborate with the University of Tuscia to develop, implement some case study here in Civitavecchia. And so launching this this possibility, I thank you again for hosting me, and I hope that I could contribute somehow to this very interesting day.
you very much, Roberto. And now we owe a lot of gratitude to our hosts, but we owe a lot of gratitude to all of you, because what is realizing the thing, the matter, the center of the topic to say is the fact that you are here and you renew, you see that here you have an opportunity to be equipped by new skills with us. As you have just heard now, AI is not only the most important, is the second, but the ranking is not important. The most important resource center that we have in Italy, perfectly networked. I don't know if I can say this word, but the sense is this. But it's also the opportunity to be linked with new technologies, new way to see project to be put on industrial scale. Okay, this is very important, not only for you, but for you, for me, for all of us. Professor Mussolino is one of the most important, not only managers, public managers of ports in Italy, but also a scholar in the circular economy for the sea, for the blue economy. So we will hear from his via voice something that has been tailored for you today. And Mussolino, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Professor Mussolini. And of course, I apologize with my students because I'm going to repeat some of the things you've already heard, but it's not bad because, I'm going to test you very soon, so it's not bad for you to repeat something. And I've been asked today in my dual role as a president of both authority and therefore as a practitioner in the port sector to talk about, blue economy, green economy, and circular economy, and the way that they kind of get along together and what we're doing right now and what can be done. And why, by the way, things are important. Don't know if there's somebody with an open mic, please shut it down. And remember, for all my students, if you're unable to use the web meetings, I take 2 marks away from your final mark at the test. You can't graduate from a test at the university if you cannot use a Zoom meeting or a web meeting, right? I think it's fair. So rule of thumb, don't do that. Anyway, do I have any way that I can? No, I never do that. Okay, let's do like this. There you go, like I seen that. See? Adaptation, by the way, is one of the key parts of sustainability. You need to be able to adapt to any situation. And in other words, you need to be resilient. But why blue economy is important? And it is a sort of like unsung hero, and it is a sort of underestimated point in the global fight for sustainability and for the way that we are tackling with the major issue that should be in any agenda, which is the climate crisis and all the major disruptions that we are witnessing. 71% of the planet, it's covered by water. So essentially, just a small fraction of the planet we're living in is made by land. And the second point is that 96.5% of this water is represented by oceans, and only 45% is fresh water that we drink. And this natural consequence is next time you're about to pollute water, think that the main component for your life and any life on the planet is only 4% of the total available water. Therefore, think again if you're ever willing to have a non-sustainable behavior towards fresh and drinkable water next time. Another point that is rarely tackled is that the major filter and absorber of CO2 on the planet are not the forests, it's not the Amazon, the oceans, which are actually absorbing roughly 30% of our CO2 man-made emissions yearly. And the problem is that by the fact that we are polluting the oceans, and by the fact that we are, if I may, screwing up the balance, the biological and the chemical balance of the oceans. The oceans are becoming more acidic, and the fact that they are becoming more acidic, among many things, is also making them less capable to filter CO2. So you see, I told that already to my students, so apologies for the repetition. Next time you think that we are belonging to the most intelligent species on the planet, think again. We're not. We're literally screwing up exactly the major things that are keeping us alive. I wouldn't put us on the top list of the intelligent species. And, you know, the point, together with that, the fact that we have GHG emissions and we are increasing the temperature on the planet makes also another effect, which is, by the way, if you can see that on the top and at the bottom of this map, is that we're melting the major reserves of water on the planet, which are in effect in the form of ice on the north and the south poles. And by doing that, the sea levels are rising and literally making parts of the planet as we knew it for millennia or millions of years unable and submerged. There are also, this is kind of like a tendentially suicidal for our species. Why? Because in history and throughout history, and even more in the next 100 years, the majority of humanity will tend to be grouped not farther than 200 kilometers from a major coastal port city. And of course, if the coastline is changing because the sea level is rising, well, you understand that we are facing headfirst into a major problem. And the life and the economical system as we know it won't be the same. And if you ask me when we should or would have had the need to act, it was 3 days ago, not tomorrow. So this just to give an idea. So throughout 250 years of struggles, and my students know that, or I hope they know that at least a bit, we came across a business model and the way that we made businesses that for a short time worked and has been very productive and profitable, but that never took into the equation, and even in the economical and econometrical equation, the negative externalities of all the ways that we were producing things. So just to give you a practical example, if you think about producing something that doesn't take into account the social cost and the economical cost of the pollution that it's making or the remediation necessary to fix the land that you're using to make that, of course, on a purely microeconomic basis on profit and loss, you're making money. But on a larger equation, you're not, because you don't have to take into account the cost of land remediation, the physical cost, the social cost of curing the people that are getting ill because you're unsustainable behavior. So you see, we kind of like took it's like you get on a scale ready for your, summer shape, and then you don't take into account the actual weight, but you take the account of half of it. And say, well, I like to think that I'm going to be 40 kilograms rather than 80. Well, you look crap anyway on the beach, I tell you. Same thing here. We pretended for 200 years minimum, and for sure for the last 70 years, that the negative costs that are also purely economical were not to be taken into account, and we just took the pure. So at the end of a process that took quite a lot of struggles and a lot of meetings and a lot of actions, let's say by the end of the 70s, the world started to think and realize that something had to be done. And by the end of the 80s, that was beyond doubt, and with strong scientific evidence that it was particularly given by the IPCC and some scientific agency through the United Nations. Well, we came to the conclusion as a humanity that it was about time to change the things that we were doing. And then there was the Earth Summit in 1992, and then again in 2002. And then eventually we came up in 2015, which is roughly yesterday, if you think about it, and with a set of actions and goals that are summarized in the SDG 2030. And the SDG 2030 are 17 goals, which are divided into 69 sub-goals, and then again, either they are subdivided or intertwined. They are literally showing how things should be handled and done in the next years, particularly in the next 20 to 30 years, in order to avoid terrible consequences for the whole humanity as we know it by 2050. Well, in 2015, it was thought that setting a 2030 goal was quite a good margin of time, and we're about to enter into 2023, 7 years to 2030, and we have done little to none of any of those goals, or to achieve any of those goals. So how do these goals in practical life are dealing with the nature and the scope with blue economy? Well, quite a lot. I mean, of course, you may think, well, 14, yeah, life below water, Bob is your uncle. But it's not like that. You know, you've got decent work and economic growth. And my students know that I've got an open debate on what is growth and how we qualify growth, and whether the purely GDP-based growth is still growth. And is it still a viable, useful indicator? Do we need new metrics? Are we really measuring the wealth of a country by just taking into account the GDP? I'd say no. Well, quite a lot of people much more qualified than me are saying no. And if I may quote Robert Kennedy, who unfortunately was a candidate of a presidential campaign in 1968, who's been killed by a crazy guy, by the way, and brother of the former President JFK. He made a speech, beautiful speech, on the University of California shortly before he was killed, and said, you know, GDP is measuring what we do. In the GDP, you've got the missiles and the nukes and the batons of the police that are beating the people that are protesting for the social rights and the civil rights. You've got the cars, you've got the coal. You are measuring literally everything, but not measuring the quality and the integrity of our teachers, the quality of our neighborhoods, the way that our community are working, and not even the quality of our poetry or our movies or anything that make us stand out. So in essence, GDP measures everything, but what makes worth believing. And 50 years down the road, I couldn't agree more. In fact, actually, some countries are adopting different metrics. Bhutan, for example, has adopted a happiness metric, which is, well, you may have fun of it, but you know that the classical economists, the people that came out of Adam Smith and that generation, and that eventually kind of were the basis, philosophical and economical basis of the American Constitution. Do you know what is written in the American Constitution? It's that it's allowed humanity to have the pursuit of happiness. Pursuit of happiness. It's one of constitutional rights, 1775. Then we forgot about that for 200 years. We traded that with cold figures, hoping that those figures would have made us happy. Did they do that? Actually, I would say no, because even if you are rich, absolutely rich, first, you've got only one planet, you're breathing the same oxygen, and you're drinking the same water of the poorest of the guy on the planet. And at the moment, you have no planet B. So, recent work and economic growth, SDG number 8, industry, innovation, and infrastructure. You know, well, it's blue economy, it's not just the water. You get, since we are a land-based animal, in order to get to the water, you need to have the infrastructures necessary to get you there. And therefore, you need to build in a sustainable manner the infrastructures that are needed for you to be on the water. And then, of course, since ports and all the blue economy activities are literally related to the economy of a city, because the majority of people nowadays are living in a urban condition, then also sustainable cities and communities are directly or indirectly related to the blue economy. And then, of course, the most intuitive, well, okay, the responsible consumption and production, which in turns connect with the circularity of the economy, right? And life below water. But then if you want, all of them are intertwined and interlinked. There's not a single goal that can go as a standalone goal. They all work together as a sort of like framework if they are all hanging around together and thinking about the consequences of one action in achieving a goal to the effect that they have on the other goals. In fact, sustainability in general and sustainability into blue economy, more than anything, it's a major shift in thinking. It's a major shift in approaching the business model that we had for the last 200 years and change it with something more and something different. Why? Because we have proof, and shortly I tried to tell you that the model that we have adopted, which was a model essentially, based on production, consumption, GDP, and profit, didn't take into account the effects on the planet. And those effects are now using disasters, not just for the quality of life, just on everyday life, but also for businesses. Right? $12 trillion wasted in the last decade only in Europe for facing costs caused by climate disruptions and disasters. $120 billion in the 2020 alone worldwide, paid by insurances and reinsurances to compensate damages to businesses caused by climate disasters. We're not in need to tackle that because it's the right thing to do. Yes, it is. But we are also in need to do that. Even if you are a cold-blooded, money-thirsty, purely neoclassical capitalist, you need to fix that thing because you won't make as much money as you could if the system keeps you being disrupted by these things. So you see, again, no matter what are your motives, no matter why you do that, at the moment in 2022, facing 2023, it is unavoidable. And it has to be done because the contrary will, at least in the best case scenario, grant for some certain short-term advantages. But at the end, it will be a loss-loss solution for everybody. Unfortunately, as a human species, we're not very good in thinking long-term. We tend, by our nature, by our upbringing as a evolution carried along, to be short-termists. And therefore, we clash a bit with a long-term capacity to foresee and forestall. Well, what is blue economy? According to the World Bank, I gave you a couple of definitions. It's the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth and improved livelihoods and jobs while preserving the health of the ocean ecosystems. That's a merge of a lot of concepts here, but you can see between the lines what was said by the Brundtland Declaration in 1987, right? Actually, sustainability is the capacity to economically exploit the resources of the planet for this generation without compromising the capacity and capability of the next generation to do the same. And so this is kind of like translating it into the blue world. And in this way, and we are also keeping this economic growth, which is not bad, as I said, but it needs to be qualified in terms that are different from the classic GDP-based idea of growth and expansion of economy. And the EU, which we have to say, with all its limits and defects, it's the corner of the planet that spent most time in thinking, analyzing, and regulating on sustainability and also the blue economy, has came up with two definitions in a couple of documents. The last one is 2021, so quite recent. Well, essentially, it's all summarizing that the blue economy, anything related to the economical exploitation of ocean, seas, coasts, and cover a variety of activities and pretty much a lot of industry and sectors that are directly or indirectly connected to having an economic revenue out of the sea, of what is connected to it. So in it, it's called fisheries, the fishing, the economical exploitation of the water, the oil and gas, the offshore wind farms, as well as ports, shipyards, and anything connected to it, including tourism, which is an industry that, if not looked after enough, can create disasters on the coastal ecosystems. So you see, well, just to give you a very ecastic and quick image, that's where we should aim at. Okay, the perfect crossover between, well, making money and preserving nature. You know, that there has been, for particularly in the 70s and the 80s, the idea that preserving economy and, well, actually preserving the planet was, let's stay idle. You know, well, let's not do anything else. Let's stop. Okay, we screwed up. So let's stay idle. Don't do anything. Don't make anything new. Don't make any new economical endeavor, and the planet will fix itself. It's actually quite the contrary. The pervasive, strong presence of our species for the last 6,000 years throughout the planet has changed it so much that you can't just fix the distortion that we cause to it by just not doing anything else. We need also to act and remedy it. So the alternative is not to go back like the Amish in a cave with a wooden card. It's developing a new business model which aims at staying in that blue shaped corner between those two European bubbles. You know, we need to get there. We need to get there, of course, with a change of mind, of course, using innovation and technology, and taking responsibility and thinking more than anything else. As I told you, it's a major shift of mentality. That business as usual, it's over. Plus, think about that. Business as usual was born in the ashes of 1945. So business as usual, the usual is just 70 years old. If you think that the planet has been around for 4 billion years, the universe roughly for 15 billion years, and we as human beings, let's say 10,000 from the historical perspective and 200,000 from the moment that we developed as a Homo sapiens sapiens. Well, I'd say that business as usual, 70 years is nothing. So for as well as we adopted that model for 70 years, we can quickly drop that model and adopt a wiser, better one. Okay? So why it's so important, I'll come back to that in a second, but okay. Look, we can, in a sort of way, very quickly summarize all the economical activities that are nowadays defined as a blue economy, as all of them. And, you know, the most intuitive, of course, is aquaculture and fisheries. Yeah. Go to the sea, you fish resources from the sea. And then the one that is connected to it, which is the fishing processing. Yeah, but intuitive. And the maritime transport. And of course, if you are transporting things through the sea, then you need ports and warehouses and water projects. And then, of course, building the ships. Otherwise, it's quite difficult to hang around the sea. But, and the cost of tourism, you've all been at least once in your lifetime on a beach, spending money, drinking drinks, and having fun. And if you haven't, sorry guys for you. And but then there are some fields where they are kind of very interesting. You know, the desalination, as I said, 45% of the total water in the planet is fresh water. So in order to feed, actually to quench the thirst of the rising amount of humanity, we just hit the 8 billion threshold a few weeks ago, and we are heading steadily towards 9, and by 2050 towards 10, the actual natural water on the planet won't be enough. So large parts of the planet, particularly, where the places that are a little bit poor of natural water, Africa or South America, Australia, will need significant investments in desalination. And then, of course, there are like all the new things that are, well, one thing is connected with it, and it can be also economy, which is the coastal environmental protection. It doesn't necessarily need to be an idle situation. As I said, you have also the remediation part. And through the remediation, there's a lot of technology and innovation that can be brought into that, right? And at the point that some of those activities are so virgin at the moment that most of the innovation that will come to them in those sectors in the next 10 years are not yet foreseeable. And therefore, we cannot even understand them. And that's why, you see, it takes time to change a mentality. We need to dismiss the 1950 goggles and think with the 2050 goggles. If we don't do that, we're going just to try to put a patch on a hole. You all know that if you have a cloth and you put a patch on it, it won't be as resistant, as nice and as elegant as the new one. So what is blue economy? It's a strategic framework, first and foremost. It aims to develop a marine industry, which is, of course, ecologically, but also economically and socially producing results. Another major mistake that has been done lately is that sustainability is thought as only a tool that aims at protecting the environment. But it's actually a trifecta, sort of. There are the environmental protection, which is and has to be connected with the social development and the economical development. Think about even the cost of land remediation. How do you fix things that have been polluted? With the help of God, maybe, and with a bit of wisdom from the sky, not quite. You need money. And money generally are generated by the private sector, and even the public sector doesn't have money unless the private sector is generating them, and then they are taxed. Right? So the key to get out of the situation where we have put ourselves, it's a nice, steady, strong cooperation between public and private sector, research and innovation constantly funded through private efforts, public efforts, and institutions like ours, universities. You may be the next guys who are inventing the next breakthrough technology or the next breakthrough process. I wish I can say when I'm old, yeah, one of my students did that. Amazing, super cool. But, so we need to think that protecting the environment is the minimum. It's a given, okay? Nothing now can be produced or economically launched if it creates harm to the environment. But that's a precondition. We also need to introduce the social sustainability. And of course, the economical sustainability. It's not bad to be an entrepreneur. It's bad to be an entrepreneur who's screwing the planet or exploiting the people. Right? So the change in mentality needs to be huge. And blue economy as a test bed, I come to that in a sec, as a test bed for best practices across the spectrum of sustainability has to be taken into account. And it's also an all-embracing policy. Another concept that belongs to the sustainable culture is that you need to be open to embrace efforts and actions that are taken into a field and that are reverberating like a ripple effect on other fields. If you the classical business school, you go there, they tell you how to make money, possibly in finance, and you dehumanize anything, you just put money, possibly make your results true about anything else to be dealing with, plutonium or guns or whatever, chemical weapons of mass destruction. It doesn't really care because it's just making money. You just break it down into pieces at the point that you dehumanize it so much that it are just figures on a chart with profits and losses. That's very handy in the short term. Told you we're short-termists, but rather disastrous in the long run. So, you know, if you need to have a whole embracing policy, we need to think differently. As I said, because it's the right thing to do, but to some of you, this right thing is like, oh, I don't care. I just want to have a nice house and a big Lambo and a lot of chicks in my car, or boys, for what it matters, you know. It doesn't really work like that anymore. I just told you, because if you have a big Lambo that is floating on the water because your land has been floated, unless you have the Lambo of 007 that is transforming into a submarine, you won't do much with your Lambo, right? And the chicks or the boys will run away and look for saving their lives, to keep it that metaphor. So it is, in a sort of way, blue economy means also that it's a policy promoting a sustainable development of the economic exploitation of the blue resources. It's not just enough to do as we have done. And of course, it is part, it's a sort of like a subsector, but the most advanced subsector of the green economy. Why the most advanced? I will show you in a second. Because blue economy, in a way, it's the place where a lot of things that are connecting other economical sides is happening, are happening. Think about trade. Trade is the backbone of our globalized economy, right? And no matter what has happened and what they are telling you in all the courses, maybe about globalization is dead or it's over. It may be dead in the way that it was developing between 1991 and 2021. Maybe 2020, maybe, probably, yes. Overstretched supply chains are, COVID has told us that overstretched supply chains are not viable anymore, that just-in-time production, when you have a factory in Italy, but your components and raw materials are in China or Bangladesh, can be very bad for the business. Yes, we may have to shorten and break down our value chains and supply chains, but the fact that we think that now we trade again between Civitavecchia and Santa Marinella or Hong Kong and Shenzhen, that's delusional. That's delusional unless we want to go back to a system where we are much poorer and less free in a social way. So the trade happens in general on economical exchanges. And according to UNCTAD, which is the United Nations agency that is dealing with trade and development, 85 to 90% of all goods, at least once in a lifetime as a product, they have been seaborne from point A to point B using the economy. And if they have been seaborne and they have moved from point A to point B, in the best case scenario, they have seen two ports, ports of loading and the ports of discharge. And they've been loaded on a ship, which has been built on a shipyard. And they have dealt with all these issues that are passing through the blue economy. So even if you don't care about the blue economy and you actually dislike dishes and water, you can understand how central and pivotal blue economy is for anything else. And then, of course, it is technology and innovation have been the core of any development since the Industrial Revolution. And technological innovation has been the key to increase productivity, to increase production, to increase revenues, to make things faster, better, cheaper. That's the reason why nowadays we all have a car, or many cars, and 90 to 100 years ago, it was an unbelievable luxury. And I always ask my students, think the average amount of items that you own is in the range of hundreds by the time that we're 10. But 3 to 4 generations ago, our great-great-grandfather maybe had 9, 10 items with them. And they were like treasurable items, like valuable items. They were passing those items, to the next generation as a lore of the family, right? So it is all of that was based on the capability of innovations and technologies to make things cheaper to produce and therefore cheaper to be sold and purchased. Okay. Fancy presentation. Okay. Well, come on. I have to have a laugh. I had a horrible morning though. And actually, you are my funny part of the day. Think about it. My sad life. And the blue economy, therefore, it's an integration of sustainable development and green growth. So that's why it's a perfect aspect. Because the things that can be experimented in terms of energy transition, in terms of circularity, in terms of changing the way that we do things, the ideal first place where you can do them are all related to the blue economy. If it works in that field, it can work anywhere else. And in working in that field, it has an effect and consequences on many other things, which I will try to show you. So there you go. To make it like simple in an ideal planet, we've got the deep sea exploitation, the shallow waters exploitation, the coastal communities, the ecosystems services, and the possibility to create something which, of course, is generating money and jobs and investments in a form of classical way, but not putting purely profit on the top of the list, but putting a balance. A balance. Yeah, I was afraid that somebody was coming and stopping me. No, it wouldn't be the first time. Yeah. A serious story. Somebody put a bomb in my car park 6 months ago. That's a true story. Yeah, I'm a positive guy. I'm still here. So they wanted me to be dead. I would be already dead. And but I know it sounds funny, but it's not so funny when it's you. But anyway, the whole thing is we need to kind of like press reshuffle and start all over. And the blue economy can be and should be and is actually a place where things can be tested, done, and proved to be economically and financially viable, also to be applied in other fields. Well, you see, I gave you a couple of examples. I don't know if we're sharing the PowerPoints with the attendees, but anyway, these are kind of like a list of things and fields where in the blue economy things can be done, and what is actually, but bear in mind, this is not exhaustive, or at least it's just an indicative list of what is blue economy and why it matters. Look, the ocean globally intended generates per annum 24 trillions of dollars. Sounds like a nice figure to me. Sweet. And well, actually, the annual value of the goods and services produced is 2.5 trillions, but the value of the ocean's assets is 24 trillions. So if you put it in this list, the blue economy is the 7th largest economy on the planet, and bigger than Italy and Brazil, just to say one, and even India or Canada, and just immediately behind the UK and France. So again, even if you don't give a crap about the environment, if you don't care about doing the right thing, you screw up that, you throw away and compromise a lot of opportunity of economic growth, investments, and jobs. That's why you should think about it anyway. And going into more in details on why, well, of course, I'm a foreign president. I do that for a living. So why it's also important, as I told you, on the 2020, which wasn't, of course, a big year for international trade. But anyway, they were traded on a seaborne way of transporting more than almost 11 billion of tons of goods worldwide. And 815 million of TEU is the metric to measure the container. 1 TEU is a 20 feet equivalent unit. So it's a box of metal, long 20 feet, height of it is 8.9 feet and slightly larger than 2.5 feet. Those kind of boxes that you see are normally colored with fancy colors on the back of a truck. So the age of the world fleet is quite recent, and why that matters? Why? Because then, as we said, 80 to 90% of the whole traded goods are carried on the ship. If ships are horribly floating, polluting rubbish, then that trade will contribute dramatically to the worsening of the conditions of the planet, right? And since we can't stop trading all in a sudden, and we can't stop dealing with the globalized economy, then one of the fields where we can and should act immediately is the way that we are making technological impacts on ships, ports, and warehousing. And where do the blue economy and circular economy meet? That's, again, circular economy, it's more than the actual cultural technological innovation. That's the single company. But if you are, let's say, aiming at being a policymaker, or even if you're aiming at to be a CEO of your own company, or a high-ranking manager of your company, you need to think more in a broader perspective. And it's a new way of doing business. The linear economy, again, which has best case 250 years from the industrial economy. It's like I take goods, I produce them, I use them, and when they are not fit enough or not nice enough, or just due to obsolescence, I throw them away. It's a linearity that takes a flow into the equation, and the flow is thinking that resources are unlimited. But since we are living in a world of scarcity, actually, you all know the best and first and pivotal and core definition of economy is the science that deals with scarce resources. Otherwise, we wouldn't have any economy at all, right? If they would be unlimited and infinite, nobody would have the need to buy them or sell them because we can just grab them, right? So we started thinking that economy is the base of economy on scarcity, but then we thought to produce and consume as resources were infinite. Think about how screwed up was the logical thinking. Actually, it was an illogical thinking. But we lived into that illusion for 250 years. Actually, if you go back to the medieval times in Europe or even before, the idea of recycling, reusing, and not over-exploiting on a mass scale items and goods was quite actual. It wasn't so crazy. It wasn't so uncommon. And so the delusional attitude brought in by the combination of the Industrial Revolution, the technological innovation, the capability of produce large chunks of energies and machines that were taking away our natural human labor or animal labor, and the possibility to produce them on a fixed procedure through factories, sort of like kind of switch our way of thinking. And then we went into a delusion. We thought it was super fantastic, but we were thinking in a way that was, again, not taking into account into the equations the damages of what we've done. My students know, I will show you them some examples of what happened in UK in the immediate aftermath of the advent of the Industrial Revolution with the exploitation of coal mines and things. And then what have the BRICS done, they started to take interest in protecting their land. But since they liked the money that they were making, they simply moved the place where they were polluting and not paying consequences of what they were doing from their own land to the colonies. Right. So again, you take into the equation that I want you to have a beautiful meadow in Hertfordshire, right? Or in a well, nice cozy places in the UK. And in order to do that, you know what? I'm gonna pollute as much as I can in United States, or any of the, well, India, India, I think paid the brunt of this policy on its shoulder, and still is, on this sort of like hypocritical way of splitting the equation in two and just taking the nice side of it without taking into account what was done. So that was another little discussed point of the need of the colonies and the imperialism of the Western countries in the 19th, early 20th century. They needed to go somewhere else to pollute and exploit in order to keep living in the delusional equation of producing an infinity of goods without taking into account that we were living in a complex world based on scarcity. Do you think, see how many fake assumptions we were putting into the equation? Right? It was unavoidable that at a certain point, all those contradictions, all those delusions would have come to knock at our door with a price, right? And they came. So circular economy, it's a way of thinking, it's a model of production and consumption, which, well, the name is quite self-explanatory. Instead of being linear, making, using, and throwing it away, kind of puts the things back into a service for as much as possible. So the end of life of a product is becoming raw material for a new production. If you think about that, technologically speaking, we can do that. We could do that for centuries, or at least the last 50 years, we could have done that. We haven't done that for a cultural problem, not a technological limit. We have done that not because we had the technological and cultural available tools to do that. We didn't do that because we didn't want to. And bear in mind, it's all of us. For every single time you change your mobile phone every 3 months because your cousin or your friend has a better model and you feel a geek or a loser. For every time you want a better car, for every single time you don't feel that your sneakers are not white enough anymore. You've been part of that. You can always say, yeah, I've been told about that. I wasn't thinking about that. I wasn't old enough to do that. Yes, fair enough, for the first 15 years of your life. After that, you're part of the problem. So I am part of the problem too. Nobody's excluded, particularly in the Western countries. Because all of that, and if you remember, well, a few weeks ago, COP27 closed, and it's, let's say, the annual meeting that is seeing the developments and the state of the art of the agreements that have been made to Paris and before to the World Earth Summit. And the only minor significant advantage of an otherwise kind of failing meeting was the fund that some Western countries, hopefully growing, made towards the remediation and compensation for the damages that climate change is doing on developing countries or transitioning countries all over the world, which will never be enough for the proportion of what has been, but it's putting things into perspective. You know, it's like, if I have a lot of wealth and a lot of money and a lot of profit in Western Europe, also thanks to the fact that I'm over-exploiting countries and land in Africa, again, it's not just because it's the right thing to do. It's also because once I have no possibility to go there again because their production is disrupted, and don't forget, still in the classical economy, anybody can become a consumer. So the natural aim should be that the Western countries will, in order to increase their values and revenues, have to sell also to the Africans, South Americans, and wherever. So if you never make those countries becoming a consumer base, you're also compromising your possibility to make money, right? So you see, sustainability, circularity, they need to come into the equation as much as possible. Actually, they should be the core, the tenet, the base, the foundation upon which you build anything else. Not only because they are the right thing, the correct one, the morally appropriate one, but because they are the only way that you can keep making money and have strong, interesting profits. Well, what is in a nutshell circular economy? Well, you know, aiming at eliminating waste and pollution. And you know, it's I don't want to give you some figures, but you would be surprised to know the amount of land that we're using as a landfill, as a dump, compared to the land that we could use to do something better if we would have a better circular recycling system worldwide. You know, and is that clever? To my eyes, it's rather stupid. And then, of course, you know, if the end of a product for a certain line is becoming raw material for another production, that single scarce resource won't have only a singular value. It will produce more value and more revenue because it's becoming again part of the productive process. And again, until you won't be able to do that anymore. And only in that moment, we need to start to think how to dispose of it. But in the meanwhile, we made so much money and profits and jobs and investments out of it that it will have anyway diminished the impact. Plus, with appropriate non-harsh policies of incentives and taxation, you can also generate the profits and the public money necessary to regenerate and remedy it. You know, again, it's not that we need to invent anything. It's not that we need to find the secret formula. It's only about process, business model, and mentality. So it's actually rather in your hands, my hands, than that we in the hands of a crazy engineer or inventor who has to produce something that we don't have yet. But again, some examples. I was told I had 1 hour. How am I doing? You know that if you don't stop me, I can go forever. Let's say a couple of more slides. Don't bear with me. And well, and then why ports and why the blue economy can be such a good test bed? Because ports, as I said, center infrastructure connecting land and sea. The key place where the world trade is happening, right? And land already used. If you're a port, you're likely not to have meadows and parks and things. It's already an industrial area. A lot of ports have already dismissed areas from former ways of producing. So we are the ideal place as a port to do all the things and host all the activities, also in experimenting form, for bringing circularity, bringing a new way and a new form of blue sustainable economy, bringing a smart port. A smart port means a port where a lot of technology has been put there, even though, technology by itself is not smart or dumb. It's the information that you give to that technology that makes it either smart or dumb. So if the port won't be smart, it's not because of the lack or the use of the technology, but the stupidity of the managers that made it, right? Always go back to the actions of people. So, and in doing that, through the application and intensive use of technologies, you can also have a significant control on the way that you are impacting the planet, on the GHG emissions, on the way that you are dealing with the underwater reality, and so on and so forth. So the ports can also become a center of recycling and reusing in full circular spirit. And through the goods that you are recycling and reusing, making additional volumes of cargo that you can trade and generate more revenue in the port. So you see how much gold is left to dig in this mine of circularity in blue economy, simply because we haven't widespread adopted the right mentality in the planning and managing of ports and blue economy activities. Well, again, you know, there's another part that has been always, well, not taking so much into account, is that there's quite a lot of things that can be done and achieved by changing the design of things. The way that we are making the goods and using the goods, or the goods that are using goods or producing goods. Design has a key component in either being more sustainable and more circular. So, well, I don't have enough time, but I mean, it's, you know, eco-design, the design of goods and the way that we're making things has an enormous impact in the capacity to overtly have a productive, functioning, circular blue economy. And then, of course, repairing, you know, you are too young to remember that before, when you had a computer or a television or an item that was not functioning, you were not just throwing it away and going to the next Media World or Amazon. You were bringing to someone who was fixing it and making it work again until it was not fixable anymore. And well, you know, and something that can be reused because maybe they have lost their purpose and functionality for the main use. They were invented, but they can still be viable for a secondary use or a tertiary use and still not being thrown away. And then, you know, well, of course, reducing, upcycling, recycling, well, that's the most intuitive. And digitalization, I also still know what I'm talking about. And through digitalization, you can create business models that are more efficient, less consuming, less producing byproducts. And in doing so, you are increasing your efficiency and being circular, even before you need to be circular, just because you decrease your impact. Okay, so, well, you see, this is another kind of like very quick overview of where in and within the blue economy, you can have interventions that are also circular, and where you can have either a lot of jobs created or a lot of potential investments from small and medium enterprises. And you name it, you can, from fisheries and aquaculture to the use of renewable energies, boat activities. Well, my guys know what I'm talking about because I've spent at least 3 hours in talking about it. Shipbuilding and repair. Well, that's such a black hole. I've tried for 3 years, not here, but in my former experience when I was the president of Port of Venice, to create a shipyard for the recycling and the reuse of vessels. And due to the regulations in Europe, we didn't manage to do that. And all or most of the ships that have to be recycled in Europe, they all go to Mersin, Turkey. And they were, well, I love my Turkish friends, but we're making them rich because by stupid, short-sighted regulation, we cannot make an efficient ship recycling yard in continental Europe. Is it lack of technology? Is it lack of capability? Even less. It is poorly written norms by blind and insufficiently prepared lawmakers? Absolutely yes. Again, knowledge is power. The more you know, the more you can decide. The more you can decide, you will likely be in a position to make right decision, productive decision, profitable decision, correct decisions. Well, a couple of examples of circularity. CCS, carbon capture and storage. One of the major problems that we have is the emissions of CO2, right? And CO2 is produced literally by almost any machine that has an internal combustion engine that goes with a carbon fossil-based fuel. And of course, it's emitting in the air and it's producing those horrible, CO2, PM2, 0.5, PM10, SOx, NOx, all those things that are literally making our air, common air, unbreathable. But if you capture them, let's say with something that is put immediately outside the moment that you are emitting, and part of it will be made inert, right? You make it not harming. But part of that, particularly a lot of the dry part of it, is becoming sludge. And that sludge can be reused in a circular approach, normally for building materials or for other purposes where the amount of weight or the amount of space is necessarily required as a filler. So you could capture the CO2, inert part of it, and make something else with part of it. And with the revenue that you make with the part that you're selling, you can pay for part of the cost of building the thing. You see, it is there, it's just in need of changing the way that we're thinking. Again, producing CO2 from an engine is very linear. The gasoline, with the engine, off you go. But recuperating and storing carbon makes things different and create a whole new economy, a whole new technology. New technicians are needed, engineers, and managers, sellers, buyers, storage places. You see? So it's not just creating something that is correct or nice or whatever. It's also a good way to make money. Okay, I gave you a couple of examples, but this why I like it so much, because I'm trying to do it here now in the port of Civitavecchia, so I'm rather involved in it. One of the transitional fuels for the future, particularly shipping, is methanol. There are literally 3 to 4 fuels that are better than the actual bunker, and which is LNG, still carbon-based, but there are lower emissions of SOx and NOx, and methanol, ammonia, and hydrogen, when hydrogen will be available as a fuel and not just as a means of storing and conserving energy. With methanol, it's interesting. Why? Well, first, because a lot of ship owners are starting to build and create methanol-based ships. Actually, COSCO, the China state-owned ship owner and charter, as last week ordered 12 new ultra-large container vessels purely propelled by methanol. So if they're doing something like that, it means also that they have made their own calculation and that they do consider methanol an interesting component of their decarbonizing path. But, well, methanol can be produced, of course, by natural gas, coal, but also from municipal waste. You see, we kind of take something that is a problem with the city, the municipal waste, and we transform it, end of waste, into something else. It becomes a raw material for a whole new cycle of production, which in turn is making a fuel, which in turn is more sustainable. Look, just change of process and mentality, and instead of being linear and not paying the consequences of what we do, we make economy, again, and money, and profit. And also we do the right thing. And there are various ways. One is, of course, by renewable, which is, yes, good, but not so cheap. Or that's what we're trying to do here. There's a company that has invented a system through which by the plastics, those are essentially these, and the cups cut into pieces, small pieces, and they put them into
sort of big, sorry for the engineers, it's like a big boiler that is kind of melting that and taking again, don't forget that plastic is coming from oil. So they are kind of taking again out the oil components and making it in an infused methanol. So by doing that, you take away the plastic from a large urban city like a metropolis, say a metropolis of 3.3 million of inhabitants, named Rome, which is struggling for the last 20 years with the handling of its rubbish. And instead of taking a beautiful hill or a meadow and fill it with that and losing money, you take it, you bring it to a factory, which in turn is making methanol, which in turn will be sold again in form of bunker, which, by the way, it's a less polluting one. So you see, you create a whole new, totally different system of impact in the blue economy through the circularity, just with a little bit of innovation and the right heads and the right minds and the right critical glasses to understand that. Of course, it takes a little bit more effort than business as usual. But as I said in the beginning, business as usual is us no more. So this was my hour, probably a little bit more. Apologies for that, but I like what I do and I like what I'm teaching. And I just wanted to give you a quick, but hopefully intense and spot on overview on the fact that blue economy, circular economy together can make and should make an effect into the sustainable challenges that we have ahead of us. And in doing so, it can still work in the production of economic growth, viable jobs, and possible investments. Thank you for your attention.
Professor. Very smart speech. So it's an opportunity for us to have this kind of not only professors, because professors are too much inclined to the theory. It's important the contribution of the practice, but not practice in terms of basic practical practice in terms of high management, when you can merge the theory with the vision. Because I knew Professor Pino, and at the moment he's adjunct professor. He is, you say, landed to the university. Is this, but the gain is all of the university, because not all the people has the vision. No, the vision is the opportunity to give to you to see what do you see. No, of the for example now in the circular economy related to the blue economy. So what I want now, if Professor Perelli could allow me to know, is your time now to speak? No,
I think so.
You think so, but we can.
My time, the time of the international.
I would like to make a bit of inversion, if the students agree. I don't know who has to speak about the testimonials of the students. Can stand up the hands.
Come on, guys, don't be shy.
Guys, so,
oh, okay.
1, 2, 3. Okay. So, before you, yes, 2 of them. Who was the first one? Who was the first one? Tola, can you open please, to see the list of the students? What to be done? Oh, I see a lot of you. Are you all registered in the GO? This is a practical thing, the brackets, okay? It's a break at the moment. Are all of you registered in the GOMP of the university? How many of you is not registered at the university? Are you all registered? Are you registered in the GOMP? Yes, you? You are registered in the GOMP, okay? All of you? Okay. Who is the first one?
Me.
Now we have Armenia. So please, the field is yours. Huh? Okay. Good evening. Huh? Okay. Can I stay here or do I have to go? Can I stay here with you? Okay. Thank you very much. So just 1 second to allow me in opening the file of Professor Tola and reading that we have now Annie Simonian. You will speak about what?
About smart cities.
Smart cities. Awesome. Please.
Okay. Let's go ahead.
Right. Stay near the okay. Please.
As we know, although the sustainable development requires a comprehensive effort, each country faces unique challenges and along this way. And in the following, we will specify some of them. In the Republic of Armenia, more than half of the population is living in the cities, and in particular, 36% of the population lives in the capital of Armenia, Yerevan. And in this contrast, transition to smart sustainable will make
if you stay near the mic, it works. This is a low quality mic. Okay, go.
So transition to sustainable smart cities will help us to develop the
please go.
And improve the infrastructures and life improvement is efficiency of urban services and competitiveness while meeting the needs of present and future generations and taking into account economical, environmental, social, and cultural aspects. In these sustainable smart cities, information and communication technologies are part of this system, and they act as a platform in order to have more data and information that can help us to aggregate to know how cities function in terms of resource consumption and services. Information and communication technologies in this case can help us to develop transport system and also provide energy efficiency, water distribution, wastewater management, and generally cities security. About measurements, I want to highlight the inclusive index, the UN Clean City Index, which measures cities with 33 indicators. These indicators are covering the CO2 emissions, water consumption, recycling rates, and air pollution concentrations. And it measures quantitative and qualitative indicators and shows current environmental performance as well as the city's willingness to improve. According to this index, the most eco-friendly cities of the world are Copenhagen and Zurich. Some steps were taken also in Yerevan towards reducing the greenhouse emissions and increase the energy efficiency and in general about protection of the environment and social health. But in order to get to the status of smart cities, we need to accomplish a lot of steps in
I have to go to
Thank you very much. And this is the advertisement, the basic. Okay. Now we have the second one. Then we have Professor Perelli. Allora, Sayat Chaudhry, Sayat, Sayat, from Bangladesh. Sayat, journalist too.
Evening. First, I thank our honorable guest today program. I thank Professor Muskani and all honorable guests in this giant today program. I give a special thanks our senior brother Francisco Tola and Matheny. Today arranged World Circular Economy Forum 2022, this conference in University of Tuscia. Today, I talk about Bangladesh fashion industry. I thought you all know this Bangladesh fashion industry in this world, second largest RMG production, and third largest in the world most garments manufacturing production in the world. So, all over know biggest famous brand, Zara, Armani, Burberry, and I wear my t-shirt in the University of Tuscia t-shirt. It is made by Bangladesh. I'm proud of this. And now I talk about this Bangladesh government revenue. Bangladesh government, it reserved 80% revenue from only garments item. And Bangladesh 7% demand in this RMG sector in the total one. So it is a big proud we are a field. Bangladesh have a small and locally and largest 12,000 manufacturing industries in Bangladesh. So they produce 400,000 metric ton waste every year. It is most terrible issue in this Bangladesh, in this world. For only Bangladesh, huge make a garbage, a waste. It is so terrible. So, what is this problem and what is the solution? First, I thanks Professor Pino. Before class, he explained what the textile and clothing industry, how many this problem for the earth. First, I show up the second largest polluted industry in the textile and clothing industry. They use 1 kg cotton for wash, 20,000 liters of water. It is most important because in this water, in the fresh water is the limited in the world. So 1 kg cotton, we use 20,000 liters water. It is so terrible issue. Second, 70 to 20% global water polluted by the garment sector. It is the second issue. And make every year in this whole world 21 billion tons garbage per year. It is most terrible issue than after using water. So this time, what are see this problem in the produce garment sector, produce cloth in this Bangladesh. Bangladesh, this cloth is we are produced in here. This cloth and every 15% only donate, only recycle. Where give another 85% cloth. Actually, when we are innovation for 10 years, we are 100% cotton. But this time, in 2022, we are innovated our clothing manufacturing system. In this European country, in Northern American country, this winter season is very cool. So I need this warm cloth for warming my body. So that innovation going to various use synthetic fiber, plastic fiber, and polyester. Use only the cloth. So this ingredient, when this decompose, going 200 years needed to decompose this clothing. So what are doing this now? This terrible issue is 69% of our cloth. We are every garment item. In this year, in winter season, we take 10 cloth, summer season, we take 10 cloth, but it is no go to recycle. It is go to landfill, 85% landfill go. So what I do this time in this solution, Bangladesh take many action for this solution. In Department of Environment of Government Bangladesh, here Mr. Shahad Uddin, Minister of Environment, he take more action, but not this action. I thought not this action properly, because need to law for waste management in Bangladesh. When I production in this cloth, go to all things into the river. I am a production engineer in this Bangladesh, so I have 10 years experience, and my cousin have 10 to 12 garments industry. So I know that what to goes this waste management in this Bangladesh. So need to first, I think, it is need to law, government law for waste management. How to reduce waste, how to control waste, when to production in cloth. Second, we need more new plan for recycle fashion. Bangladesh have only a few recycle company, but new to it needs to many recycle company in Bangladesh. Third, need to new innovation for manufacturing fashion industry. But we have, you have seen 1 kg cotton was 20,000 liter water. But we are need to new innovation to reduce this water wasting. It is needed. Say, fourth, apply waste management system, produce cotton. When we are go to production, this cotton and waste management system need to this moment for Bangladesh, all manufacturing industry. Because Bangladesh have more orders from Europe, America, Australia, and everywhere, because Bangladesh is the low costing production, good quality production, and easy transit system. So they all of choose famous brand. All famous brand choose Bangladesh for production. So it is more important issue. This solution we are made in Bangladesh. A student in 5 Bangladesh student is here. We are made this solution. If take this action in Bangladesh government, it is easy to reduce to polluting. Thanks for Professor Mutkani and Tola for giving a chance for this conference. Thank you.
Said, già. Okay, try to say Enrico Mosconi, Enrico Maria. Professor Mosolino, thank you. When you want, you are free to go back to your.
Sure, let stop.
Thank you again, and. Okay, so this is the why I told you, Said, joke, that I told you this morning, anyone is seated here behind the desk, anyone, because we know each other, we learn from each other. I am a professor, I studied other things, but I learned from you. The different intercultural, multicultural, what you want, the substance of the thing, not the formal thing. Okay? Then respect to me, because 40 years of working in the university, international level, what you want, respect to all of you. But this is the why. Okay? If we want to learn something that can be useful in the work, for your future work, that will be in your country for the recovery, to realize something new, to do what you want. Okay? Now, who we have now? Professor Perelli, I think, and then the 2 or 3 testimonials, then again. Okay? I made this break to make a move. Professor Perelli, is your time. Thank you very much. Tell us about. Applauso subito, Todo qua si sprecano adesso.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much for inviting me for this interesting meeting, interesting event. And now I'm here to refocus the attention to the African context. Here I'm an adjunct professor, but I'm also a researcher. And I studied a lot about the African context with reference to the adoption of sustainable agricultural practices. And what I want to show you today are my researches, so the results of my researches in this continent with reference to the adoption of climate-smart agricultural practices, practices that are connected with the circular economy because they involve the reuse and the reuse of some organic materials in the soil and so forth. I want to start from an interesting point. So in general, if we want to talk about the world, we know that our world population is increasing. This means that we have to increase also food production worldwide. And this is particularly urgent in African countries because the projection connected to the African countries tell us that the African population is projected to double in the next decades. So the smallholder farms in Africa need to increase the production by over 70%. Also to cope with the food insecurity in the continent, in the different countries in Africa. And we have also to consider the action of climate change. So we are an increasing population worldwide, and in Africa there is this trend, this increasing trend. But we have also to consider that we are facing climate changes, climate extremes. So the increasing production of foods should be connected also with, we have to take in account the changing in climate. And for some African countries, this is difficult because of some constraints, some problems, some socioeconomic problems, some environmental problems. And for the limited access to some important resources, some important inputs, physical inputs, economic inputs, access to credit, to adequate levels of income, but also access to information, to knowledge. So we have to think about this situation. And we have to find solution as a world community. I want to show you my researches in these projects. So I work in the Innov-Africa project. This is a project financed by the European Union. This is an Horizon 2020. And this project was realized thanks to the efforts of different countries in Africa, 6 countries, with the cooperation of some European partners. And Tuscia is one of them. So I worked with Professor Branca, you know Professor Branca, but also with Professor Enrico Mosconi, Professor Lauretti, Sorrentino, Cacchiarelli. So we realized a part of this project. We collaborated with this project. The main goal of the project is the dissemination, the integration of some climate smart but sustainable agricultural practices in these African contexts. When I talk about sustainable agricultural practices, I talk about practices that are able to improve the sustainability of traditional practices and practices able to cope with climate change in terms of adaptation and mitigation. We analyzed 2 different value chains, a cereal legume value chain and brachiaria livestock value chain in the different countries. We worked with Ethiopia, Tanzania, Kenya, Malawi, Rwanda, South Africa, The purpose, so the objective of the project was the reduction of constraints faced by smallholder farmers, the increase of agricultural productivity, the increase of sustainability of the agricultural sector, and last but not the least, the improvement of food and nutrition security situation in these countries. Connected with this Innov-Africa project, we realized different researches, but I want to talk with you, I want to talk about the two specific researches I realized with the other colleagues. The first one, so clearing the air, is connected with climate smart agriculture. And the drivers, the factors affecting the adoption of climate smart agriculture. And I can show you what I mean with climate smart agriculture. The other work is connected with gender, with the role of women in these agricultural systems. What is the role? How women can contribute to the development of a sustainability approach in these agricultural contexts. These two works, these two different researches have some common elements. First of all, the areas of work. So the source of data is the same. We collected data in these 6 different countries, and we selected just 4 case studies because they are connected with the cereal legume value chains. So among these countries, we selected just Ethiopia, Malawi, Tanzania, and South Africa. The main themes underlying these researches are the adaptation and mitigation to climate change, resilience, and climate smart agriculture. And obviously gender equality in the second one. The objectives are connected with the identification of factors affecting and influencing the adoption of climate smart practices, the differences existing between countries, and the role of women as household head, but also as decision maker. First of all, I want to talk about the first topic. So clearing the air, common drivers of sustainable food production in smallholders agriculture of East and South Africa, Southern Africa. Okay, this is a picture illustrating what I mean with climate smart agriculture. With climate smart agriculture, I consider practices involved in these 4 pillars. So we have, when we talk about climate smart agriculture, we have to think about 3 principles: adaptation, mitigation to climate change, and food security. So we have to balance all these 3 different pillars. And these are examples of possible practices connected with climate smart. We have practices connected with the improved agronomy, integrated nutrient management, enhanced water management, tillage, and residues management. As you can see, with residues management, we are talking about a circular economy. We want to reuse organic residues in the field. And as you can see, some practices are well known. We know what is crop rotation, intercropping, what is the use of organic fertilizers, but in some cases, a combination of all these practices can be considered sustainable, can allow us to shift from a traditional agriculture to a sustainable one. Okay, in this work, we analyzed factors influencing this adoption. So why, if these practices are productive, so can allow us to increase the production, the agricultural production, allow us to improve the health of the environment, why these practices are not so used, are not so widely distributed among different smallholder farms. And we investigated possible factors, socioeconomic and environmental factors affecting these adoption. First of all, we found that in the different countries, we have a different distribution of practices. I mean, in some countries, the use of improved seeds or rotation, like in Malawi, are common. So these are the practices, the sustainable and climate smart practices most common in these countries. And we have different mix, because when we consider these practices, we have to consider a mix, not just use of single practices, but a mix of them, a changeable mix. And in general, we found that smallholder farmers usually use a minimum of 3 practices together in the same field. So they combine traditional practices. And when I talk about traditional practices, I talk about practices common used like tillage, traditional tillage, without taking in consideration that the soil can absorb carbon dioxide. So with a traditional tillage, we used to produce carbon dioxide and produce carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. So with these practices, we tend to increase the fertility of the soil, for example, and increase the carbon dioxide sequestration, increase the productivity, the agricultural productivity, and increase also the carbon dioxide sequestration by the soil. What we found is that a lot of socioeconomic variables can influence the adoption of these practices. For example, the gender of the household head. Generally, we found, based on our samples, we found that these practices, in the adoption intensity of these practices is connected with the gender. I mean, men implement more practices with respect to women, but we have to consider some constraints, some possible social inequalities existing in these contexts. Also, the age, an increasing age can influence the adoption of these practices, and this could be connected with the experience, with the knowledge of farmers. And we can see some differences among countries, differences in the adoption of these practices that are connected with the access to some resources, for example, credit or subsidies. Obviously, if I have to use a new approach in the farming system, probably I need an help, I need economic resources. So the availability of credit subsidies can be important in some cases. For example, in Ethiopia, in Tanzania, in Malawi, credit access is important. And also the awareness of climate change. If I'm aware about the ongoing climate change, I can be open to the adoption of new practices. And these practices are considered in some countries new, an innovation. Also, crop rotation, also intercropping can be considered a sort of innovation, sustainable innovation. And obviously the agroecological zone, so the adoption of specific agricultural practices depends on the place where we are. So the climatic characteristics, the characteristics of the soil, and so forth. So the adoption of these new practices is not so easy, it's not so immediate. We have to consider a complex socioeconomic context, a complex environmental context. And I found interesting the role of women in this context. Why men are more sustainable respect women? What is the reason underlying these elements? And then we decided to focus the attention to the gender, to the role of the gender, to the role of the gender equality. We can start from a general introduction. In these countries, but we can find some other similar contexts around the world. There are some strong gender norms in terms of division of work, in terms of division of labor, and decision-making power. In some cases, women don't have voice in the decision-making board, in family context, in the politic context. So in this case, the representation of women is not so important. But they are involved a lot in the field. They represent, if I remember well, about 50% of the workforce in the field. So they know agricultural practices, what is better for the field. They know how cultivate some crops, respect to other. They have, potentially they have a specific know-how. So based on this gender gap, we can shift this gender gap in the land ownership. This gender gap can affect the adoption of climate smart practices, adoption of sustainable practices, access to input. Obviously, without rights, I can't access to land, I can't access to credit, and so forth, to economic resources, and so forth. And why gender matters? Okay, this gender is an issue, a problem just for women. Not exactly, because if women are involved, highly involved in the field, they have know-how, so they have the potential to improve the entire sector, to shift from a traditional to a sustainable farming system. And with these gender gaps, we face a lot of difficulties, lower economic growth, less poverty reduction, increased inequality, inability to mitigate impacts of climate change, because not all people involved in the field are really involved in this shift, okay? And what we found is this. Based on the adoption of econometric models aimed to detect factors affecting, factors influencing the adoption of climate smart agricultural practices, this is the focus. We found gender inequality profile of households. An household characterized by a rigid gender division of work, unfair decision-making power. In some cases, in some households, women can be involved in the board, in the decision-making board of the family, but in some other contexts, in some other households, no. So there is a difference, an unbalanced situation. Gender gap in access to agricultural inputs. In some cases, we have household managed, headed by women, but women who face a lot of constraints in terms of access to inputs, agricultural inputs, economic inputs, credit, subsidies, and the gender gap is also connected with the profitability of firms. This is the profile of an household and a representative household characterized by gender inequality. On the other side, we have a balanced, an equilibrium between men and women. We found that, this is very interesting for me, because we found that with fair access to education, to economic resources like credit, like income, subsidies, with participation in the decision-making board in the families, and last but not least, the possibility of women to access to non-formal education. And when I talk about non-formal education, I talk about extension advisory services, training programs outside the school. We found that in a fair condition, women are more sustainable. So they usually adopt a higher number of practices, sustainable practices, with respect to men. This is interesting. So we found in the previous research that men are more sustainable, but this is because this is connected with the existence of barriers for women. And this is not a problem just for women. This is a problem for the community. Because if women are involved in the field, have the know-how, have the capacity to adopt sustainable agricultural practices, why not? We have to consider, we can redefine also this dimension. So when we talk about revolution, green evolution, we have also to consider, in my opinion, the social aspects. So the social, but also the economic aspect and the environmental aspect. This is the result we found. And obviously, this is not a general rule. We have to consider differences among countries. We have to consider women not just as a homogeneous group, but an heterogeneous group composed by women of different ages. And also we have to consider cultures, traditions, history of the different countries. So when we talk about this type of topics, we have to think about the heterogeneous context. This is the econometric output. So this is the results obtained using a regression model, a Poisson regression model. But the concept is the same. Lessons learned. Of course, climate smart agricultural practices are considered a good adaptation strategy, a strategy that can improve the resilience of the smallholder farmers, a strategy that can improve the agricultural production and can improve the food and nutrition security in some specific contexts. But we have to consider possible and existing constraints, problems connected with social inequalities, gender marginalization, lack of education opportunities, ineffective extension and advisory services. Farmers need to be informed about these new practices, these new sustainable approaches. Absence of credit opportunities, lack of financial resources. These are the problems politics and political actions should consider. And investment policies and action plans should be based on the evidences provided by different researchers and should consider also the differences existing in terms of socioeconomic profile, environmental profile, and have to consider the cultural and specific, the existence of specific traditions in the different countries. So the context is fundamental. We can't provide the general rules for all the communities in Africa, Sub-Saharan Africa, but also in other countries, because climate change is a common problem. And climate smart agriculture is not just a strategy for Sub-Saharan Africa, Asia, and so forth. Also in the west part of the world, we can use climate smart agriculture. And the way to adopt these new practices, the strategy we can follow should be based on the context, the specific characteristics. Okay, I'm finished, thank you.
Any question to Professor Perelli? So thank you very much. And now I would like to ask to Professor Cimmaruta. Professor, I changed the order, you know. Now, as you know, Professor Cimmaruta comes from a different field of studies. She is a professor of ecology, but what we have learned from the previous, what you have said, from the morning, from the evening, the merger, the economics aspects, the legal aspects, the law, the environmental aspects are related with the biology, with the ecology, and and she touches practically the environmental protection. What we say as manager, no? I want to, what we do affects the environment, etc., is touched by the professor as argument, as field of research, but the topics, no? Are practically touched. So, Roberta is a colleague, but is also she's here, and we know that we are not merged, but we stay all together. Okay, bye, Roberta.
Okay, thank you so much. I know it's quite late. The day has been long, so I will try to be as fast and light as possible, okay? And also because part of the thing has already been said by the other speakers of the day. But what I would like to do is to offer you a different perspective, as Enrico said. So talking about the research in ecology, and so the nature-based solution can help in some way to implement a blue circular economy towards sustainability. So some general take-home message that you already know probably, but in any case, you know that we, as human beings, we use natural resources to satisfy our needs, and in doing this, we start a consumption to these resources. This in turn produces some impacts, for example, on climate or on biodiversity or on ecosystems. And in the end, all these changes, all these impacts have reflects on human health. So this is well expressed into the so-called One Earth approach, which is a quite recent view that in some way is the melting pot where different disciplines mix together in order to understand how and why the impact that we can have on the environment reflects on natural resources and in particular on biodiversity, and then on human health. The basic idea is quite simple in its formulation, is that you cannot achieve a global human health until you have healthy ecosystems. And you out in some way the loss of biodiversity, which is one of the main problems that we have today in the field of not only the ecology, but also sustainability and so on. Of all the kind of natural resources, biodiversity is central as a pivotal role in the achievement of, for example, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. You can see from the scheme that to achieve any one of the goals that have been proposed, you need to be based on biodiversity conservation. You see that the points 14 and 15, which concerns the life in the oceans and on land, are at the base of the reaching of objectives which seems quite different, as for example, no poverty, okay, or recycling or climate change. And in an indirect way, biodiversity is at the base of the achievement of objectives which are broader as peace and justice or gender equality. Okay, so everything is linked. Once again, the basic idea is simple, it's appealing. Anyone knows it or knows it, but the point is how. This is the real question. So how does it work, this linking between biodiversity and all the objectives that we would like to reach? One of the main aspects to be considered is the nature of biodiversity. It is a natural resources, but it has a special feature because it is not a non-renewable resource, as our typical fossil fuel, for example. It is not a clearly, purely renewable resource, as can be sunlight, but it is a semi and quasi renewable resource. This means that it takes some time to be regenerated, and the time it takes is more or less comparable to the span of the human life. The typical example is a 60-year-old tree. If I timber it, I need another 60 years to have it again. So it's not instantaneously, it's not instantaneous, but it takes a span of time which is more or less our life. Okay, so this means that although sustainability is a quite simple concept, it is hard to be implemented in the everyday life. Because, as you can see in the sentence of the United Nations Environmental Programme, sustainable resource management nurtures biodiversity value. What does it mean? It means that the way we use the natural resources, and in particular biodiversity, should be tailored on the regenerative ability of biodiversity itself. This is not frequently applied because we know that the use of natural resources and of biodiversity in particular is largely unsustainable. This is a picture taken from a recently published work that uses data produced by the FAO and by the African Union of Development Agency that show that every year in the continent, about 4 million hectares of forest are destroyed. We all know that this has a big impact, a negative impact on biodiversity, but it has also been calculated in this work that this means that about 3% of the gross domestic product is lost by the continent every year because of deforestation. So it is plenty of examples like this from every continent. And so the question is, if it is so dangerous, also from an economical and a social point of view, to overexploit biodiversity, why we do it? I can say because we are stupid, lost of speech, and everyone is free. But the answer is much more complex. We could cite at least 3 main problems. The first one is the human growth. You know that just a few days ago, we reached the impressive balance of 8 billion people on the earth. And we know that this number is deemed to increase during the whole century. Having more people means to have an increasing of the demand and the use of natural resources. And this is something that is going to happen since many, many years. As you can see from this graph, you can see that the overshoot day is happening sooner and sooner every year. The overshoot day is the day when the natural resources produced by the planet have been completely used, completely consumed for our necessities. So in the 70s, as you can see here, this day happened the 31st of December, as it should be. It means at the end of the year, we have used and consumed the whole pack of the resource that we have available, okay? But since that moment, you can see that this day arrived earlier and earlier. This year it was the 28th of July. This means that since the 29th of July, we are using for our needs resources which are no more available. So we are behaving in a completely unsustainable way, okay, globally. Another further problem is that this unsustainability is not evenly distributed across the planet. We know that we have countries which consume much more than others. And as any one of us know, who consumes a lot doesn't want to reduce the consumption, and who consumes less wants to have a better style of life, which is also acknowledgeable, okay? And so this makes it even more difficult to reduce the overall consumption of natural resources. The second point, which allows us to overexploit biodiversity, is the technological progress, which per se is something absolutely positive. The point, however, is that technological progress makes us able to exploit natural resources and biodiversity at rates which are not compatible with the rates of reconstitution or regeneration of such resources. This is a very easy example. Those are fishing gears, which enables us to fish in the deep sea. Okay, This means that today we are able to fish in environments and so fish species which were unavailable till a few years ago. As you can see from these graphs, where you can see that during the last 50, 70 years, we went to fish deeper and deeper. Here you can see that until more or less the middle of the 70s, we were able to fish around 700 meters of depth, while for the beginning of the century, we were well below the 1,000, and now we are able to exploit the resources which are placed even lower than 2,000 meters of depth. Okay. This means that sometimes the technological progress is faster than our knowledge. So we start to exploit species, for example, that we don't know. We don't know anything about them. We don't know the rate of reconstitution. We don't know the turnover. We don't know how long they live. We don't know anything. However, we exploit them because we are able to do it. In some way, the colleague Musolino was telling something like that. One of the technological progress is not a problem per se. It becomes a problem when the rate of exploitation of biodiversity is driven solely, exclusively by our technological ability. So we look at what we are able to do and not to what the resource, so the species, the biodiversity requires. We are able to timber the forest much more faster than the forest can grow up again. And this is the same for fishes, this is the same for the whole biodiversity. We are technologically so advanced that we are able to whip out completely biodiversity. And let's explain why biodiversity loss is one of the main problems that we have at the moment. Further, the third point is that we are frequently unaware of the damage that we are going to start by overexploitation. That's because the ecological processes linking all the elements of biodiversity are quite complex. We are able to study them, to understand them, to model them since not so many years. So frequently, we don't understand totally where the impact goes. Okay. From this point of view, the technological advancement can be an help, not a problem. Because, for example, it helps us in knowing exactly what kind of impact we are going to have by making some kind of activities. Okay. And this means that it can improve the so-called value chain transparency. So, how? By creating a value chain approach, which is based on the reduction of the footprint that we live by the use of these resources. Of course, the biodiversity would benefit of such an approach, but it would also create something positive in terms of social equity and climate also, because it would give much more value to productions that are less impacting on biodiversity. This is an example which has been recently presented in a UN publication, which is called Building Biodiversity, which regards the cocoa farming, which is a very important activity for many tropical countries. The point is that this cultivation is usually made at the border of forest because cocoa benefits from the shading of the forest. But when farmers need more to enlarge their cultivation, frequently this brings to deforestation and so then to soil degradation. So recently, one of the main producers has started to use imaging from satellites to monitor how the producer behaves in order to give more value to those that have a sustainable behavior. And this is just an example of how we can use technology to build up a value chain. Therefore, in this view, circularity may play a relevant role I would like to cite this sentence of Isabella Teixeira, which is the co-chair of the UN International Resource Panel, telling that production can be made more sustainable through the implementation of nature-based and circular economy solutions. Why? Because using nature's inherent regenerative capacity to produce materials and enhance ecosystem services simultaneously may allow us to avoid ecosystem degradation, to minimize waste, and to assist the recovery of ecosystem function. So the idea, once again, the basic idea is simple. We cannot stop using natural resources and biodiversity also among them, but we can do it in a better way. Well, better way means to implement production processes which would allow us to minimize the resource input, so avoiding over exploiting resources and maximizing waste prevention. Okay, so if we are able to put together all this, to put in place these actions, we could help ecosystems and biodiversity to regenerate, because we will move toward a matching between the rate of the exploitation and the rate of regeneration. In this sense, ecology and in general research can be of help, because those processes are very easy if we are talking about in a very general way as we are doing now, but are very difficult to be put in place from a technical and a scientific point of view. Also because the relationships which links biodiversity and impacts are very reticulated, very entrenched, and so are very difficult to be forecast. For this reason, a good scientific research can provide a solid base to address circular economic processes. Just a few examples, which are mainly based on what we are doing here at our university. This one is a quite consolidated one because concerns the sustainable fisheries. Sustainable fisheries is one of the main problems we are facing with worldwide, because the larger part of fish stock is now considered as depleted or inherently highly overexploited. And this is the case of the swordfish, which is a large pelagic fish living in all the tropical seas of the world and subtropical seas of the world. And being a very good swimmer, a fast swimmer, for many years it has been considered that probably the global population was a single one. And so it was exploited and managed as a single large population. Then a number of different studies carried out by a lot of researchers in many parts of the world using different approaches has shown that despite its ability in swimming, swordfish has an homing behavior. So it is able to cross the oceans, but in some way brings back to home when it has to reproduce. So meaning very differentiated, very separated populations. You can see here, for example, that using genetic markers, we have demonstrated that the Mediterranean Sea is strongly differentiated with respect to both the North Atlantic and the South Atlantic. This is the same results which has been shown by a colleague of us, Simonetta Mattiucci, using a completely different approach, so endoparasites. These are the kind of nematode parasites that we can find inside the swordfish, showing that we have different species of these nematodes in the different stocks, in the different populations. These parasites can be assumed by eating other fishes, so they indicate clearly where these fish go to eat. Okay, so we can see that overall, the Mediterranean population is strongly isolated, strongly separated from the Atlantic one. Once the different stocks have been recognized, the assessment, so the research on how they are, in which state they are, has shown quite striking results. Okay, here you can see that the large North Atlantic population was in a good state. It was quite large, so the fishing mortality due to the captures was tolerable. and the population was overall quite abundant. The Mediterranean population was in a completely different way because it was definitely smaller, and so the fishing mortality imposed was too high and the population was depleted. So it was shrinking progressively, and without changing the way it was managed, it was deemed to disappear. Based on this data, the ICAT, which is the International Commission for the Conservation of Tunas and Billyfishes, provided some advice that the European Union took and used to plan this multi-annual recovery plan for the Mediterranean swordfish, which set the fishing effort, the number of vessels, the bycatch, and a set of parameters which allowed a sustainable management of this resource. And indeed, since 4 years, this population started to recover. Okay, so this is this kind of approach is widely used nowadays in fisheries and in Mediterranean also, I have to say. But for example, in North Atlantic, we have that many depleted stocks started to recover. So it is possible to change the management toward a more sustainable way if we know exactly what we are going to manage. Oops, addio computer.
Piano piano.
Piano piano, vediamo.
Tanto sì.
Aspetta.
Mica erano nuovi questi.
Mica erano, però. Ecco. Qua, scusate. Ok. This is another example. I guess you have understood that the word on fisheries, maybe. This is the case of the European lobster, which is another species which is relevant for fisheries across Europe, especially in the case in North Atlantic. And it has been widely exploited in the first half of the past century and then showed a decline due to overfishing. To help the species to recover, not only the way it is fished has been regulated in a more strict way, but also it has been actively helped by stocking us. So the natural population has been helped to recover by growing lobsters into special farms and then releasing them in nature. So increasing the recruitment of this population. This is an example, one of the first places where this has been done, which are the Orkney Islands. You can see the area where those animals have been released, and then you can see that during the year, they have expanded their range, recognizing the whole archipelago. This is more or less happening today in United Kingdom. And to do this, however, a lot of research, once again, was needed. First of all, the genetic structure of the species. Because if I want to keep some founders for the broodstock and then to release them in nature, I have to be sure that the animals that I'm going to release are genetically and ecologically compatible with the population, which is their new destination. So we can see here, for example, that the Atlantic population is quite homogeneous, but we have different population in the Western and the Eastern Mediterranean. So we cannot transplant animals from Atlantic to Mediterranean Sea or from east to west of the Mediterranean Sea. We are working, this is one of the projects that we are carrying out at our CISMAT, which is the Ichthyogenic Experimental Marine Center.
That is a few kilometers from here.
It's just north of here. And it's one of the two centers that our universities have working on marine research. And
wonderful, evocative place, yes, even to be visited, and you are invited with me.
It's a beautiful place because it's just an entire natural reserve. So with flamingos and whatever. So you're welcome. And what we have done has been to set up the techniques to grow the baby lobsters. So starting from buried females, they pace all the larval stages until they become more or less 5 months old, so this size, and they are ready to be released. Before this, however, we are going to mark from a genetic point of view both the mother and all the patches with a fingerprint technique. Oops, non so
l'acqua. Sì, che sto tentando di... Sei proprio saltato? No.
Va bene così, va bene. L'ho ripreso. Era solo andato fuori. Eccoci.
È scomparso proprio?
No, era finito l'ultima. Non è scomparso proprio.
Vedi?
Era finito l'ultima slide. But what we do is to mark genetically all the mothers and all the offspring using a fingerprint technique, so that in the future, when we are going to analyze the catches, we will be able to recognize which lobsters come from our hatchery and which are purely selvatic, pure wild, to understand if the operation has been useful for the population or not. Then, as I told you, when they are 5 months old, individually, because they are very aggressive, they are brought to the sea and then released by us. Lots of work. Okay. Oops, non sto andando avanti. Ecco. By the way, in this case, we have a synergy with pure conservation policies because we set free our baby lobsters in protected areas, which are outside the coast here from between Civitavecchia and Tarquinia, where we have placed some protective structures like this, which are made of concrete, which block the illegal fishing. So our lobsters are going to grow in really physically protected areas, so maximizing their recruitment in the natural populations. Okay, it is more or less once colonized. A final example, which is only partly connected with this study, and that has been carried out in our lab of organic chemistry, led by Professor Saladino, is the use of the processing waste of, for example, fishing industry, so the shallow clay fish essentially, and of the timber industry, so living nanoparticles, to produce new biofilm, new bioplastics. Okay, those in this way, the waste production are used as raw material, and to produce a kind of plastic which has properties which are completely similar to that of the non-degradable plastics. In this case, you can see the results, for example, the tensile text. So this biofilm is, for its flexibility and rigidity, more or less similar to the propylene. So it has performances which are quite close. This study is in an advanced state since there has been a preliminary production, a demonstrative production of this kind of plastic. This one in particular is the one made with chitosan, which comes from the crayfish shells, and lignin. And the pellets produced are now used to produce some prototypes of film trays for food and boxes. So as you can see, this is in some way an end of the whole process. Okay. So I think if you have any question or curiosity, otherwise we wait you at the study in Tarquinia. Thank you very much.
This is the occasion to say that one lesson will be taken formally even in our courses, if we can to merge with your courses, but in the course of circular economy, as you can see, because it triggers, can I say, no? It triggers something related, because when you touch under the scientific view, okay, the capacity to realize, for example, a new product, because these are new products, as we see, no, end of life products, no, realize it again, is very important. So you are invited in our courses, and we are very happy to have you. So now we have the two last students, if I know, okay, from Georgia and from Ukraine, Germany, and Germany. And okay, so now very shortly, Germany, okay, Ukraine, then Marconi and Georgia closes our okay. What I miss? What I missing? Italia?
Yes.
Tu non hai parlato?
No.
Ah, okay. At the end, Italy and Georgia. Okay. So we are at the end. So very shortly before Ukraine, because at the moment we host out from Europe. Okay, before the host, and then we come together. Okay, and in a synthetic way, what you studied, what you did before you? No, Germany before. Okay, is the same. Okay. Please, the floor is yours. Do you need some slide? Yes.
Yes.
Did you prepare the slide? Okay. All of you is getting the. It's important. The credit is yours. So this is this is objective. Okay. What I have to testimonial, what I have to say, I witnessed that today the first student who was here was my friend. Can I say? Was him, because all of you arrived on late. So I will decide if the chauffeur will be complete or the second. Yes. No, he was here at 9 o'clock. Precise at 9 o'clock. Vero?
Exactly 9 o'clock.
Yes, true. Yes, true. Okay. Do you see?
Oh, perfect. Yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. The floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes. I hope you can hear me. Yes. So I'm talking about waste management in Germany, pretty much. So what we have learned, what are the opportunities still, and yeah, so how it's going basically. So I narrowed it down a little bit to legislation, and you all know UN SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals. We have heard about it already today, and there are 17, and then there are also some SDGs which are underlining it with the targets and only dealing with circular economy. So yeah, here they are. So 11.6, it basically, I didn't learn them by heart, so I had to improvise here a little bit. So 11.6 says by 2030, reduce the number per capita environmental impact of cities, including by paying special attention to air quality and municipal waste management. So there you go, waste management. Then 12.4, by 2020, achieves environmental management of chemicals and all wastes, there you go again with wastes, throughout their life cycle in accordance with agreed international frameworks, and significantly reduce their release to air, water, and soil in order to minimize their adverse impacts on human health and the environment. So these are the targets, and there are two more. So by 2030, which is actually in 8 years only, substantially reduce waste generation through prevention, reduction, recycling, reuse. So it is pretty much like on the floor. You know, it's very important. It's like our global possibility to make history, pretty much. And yes, therefore, the European Union, as you all know, also implemented the Green Deal, and the Green Deal also dealing with circular economy, basically. And yeah, so I want now to talk about Germany, what we have learned from that, or basically what we have adapted or created also with them. I don't know exactly which day, but we were also pretty much banning, oh yeah, there we have it, on 1st of January 2022, plastic bags from our supermarkets. And yeah, so as you all know, plastic bags, they are comfy, but yeah, it's maybe not the most sustainable way
if you always like get a new plastic bag. We all know that. And so it's by law, it is forbidden. And so food waste management, this is something I want to talk about, which really strikes me a little bit, and there I see some more potential, because food waste from discounters is not allowed to be collected by private persons. So here I have definitely place for improvement. And one positive example is France, where the supermarkets have to donate the waste. So yeah, that's very, very much, yeah, thank you for changing the page. So in 18 million tons of food are thrown away each year in my country, pretty much. And the people, as I already mentioned, get prosecuted even for it. So yeah, that's like something which needs to be changed, in my opinion. And we even like to invent a word for it. It's called container. So when people dig into the containers and yeah, look for food, yeah, this is like not allowed, unfortunately. But the solution, there's always a solution, could be to reuse, of course, the food. Because yeah, why don't you think outside the box and yeah, have special restaurants who are going in the end of the day to the supermarket and say, hey, what do you have? See the expiration day and say, hey, let's make something more creative out of it. And yeah, so people who like to cook, they probably know how nice it is to do also something creative out of their meal. And so basically, there's lots of things to improve, and I could talk about more about also other ways, but I just have these 2 slides. And let me just say, before handing over to my colleague, that yeah, there's been all the significant challenges which are happening now in the world. The future will be always bright and circular. Thank you very much.
Yeah, great. Yeah, you were going on. Yeah, thank you, Professor. So, dear colleagues, dear academical society, dear African comrades, I will present you, and I'm glad to present you the case of Ukraine, which of course is a little bit different than other country, of course, before the war. So, I think I should focus on 3 main points in my speech. One of them is pre-war degradation and post-Soviet degradation. Second one is war destruction. And third one is post-war recovery prospects and the new opportunities. So maybe, as you know, the Ukraine stand independent after 90 years. And unfortunately, in economical sphere was a big problem because it was encouraged transition from planned common economy to a free market society. And it created a lot of problem in economical industry. Actually, because in the 90s years of 20th century was formed the new class in Ukraine, oligarchy. It's the criminal class who created their trust capital on criminal sector, and after they start the biggest factory and biggest plants, industrial plants in Ukraine, also energy sector and some other sectors. So, and this is was a big problem before war because the oligarchy don't want to invest money in the future of country, future for future generation. They was interested only in their own benefit, just now and here, not in the future. And it was a big problem. Actually, yeah, in Ukraine was the biggest plant of steel production in the Europe, biggest area of steel production. And it was created a lot of waste, I mean industrial waste. Actually, here is a statistic that before the full-scale war, Ukraine ranked ninth in the ranking of countries with the largest amount of garbage per person. It's like 10 and 5 tons per person in a year. It's really big. It's amount of waste. And the second point is, of course, war. Yeah, until war was some positive transformation in transition, for example, in energy sector in the sense of renewable energy, but all of these positive changes was destructed while war. Actually, this biggest steel protection plants was destructed in Mariupol, for example. A lot of Ukrainian cities was destructed at all. For example, 500,000 cities with 500,000 citizens, Mariupol was destructed at 95%. So it's just amount of bricks and stones. And of course, it's a big changes, it's a big challenges for my country. But also, and is the main case and main point of contemporary discussion in public and contemporary in public sector, and contemporary debates in scientific science sector. It's about after war recovery prospects and what we should do with it. And the main point is that the war and after war recovery and rebuilding is also the big new opportunities for really quickly and intensive post-war sustainable development. It's our new opportunities for intensive green transition after war rebuilding. So, and the main cases, for example, in urban sphere about in after war rebuilding and recovery, and it's of course connected with points of sustainable development and circular economy. For example, the project and a project of law and some project of architecture, but we will use broken bricks and broken cemetery blocks of buildings which was broken by Russian rockets, and we will use it for rebuilding and for creating the new cities and new our future. And now there are a lot of projects like this in Ukraine about our new transition, about our green transition to our best future. And I think that it's only one possible way for after war recovery in Ukraine. Is we must do it because it's only one of our possibilities. Because after war, I think, and a lot of scientific scientists told that that after war we have a big issues, big problem with not only economy but also with ecological and society situations. And I think so, and not only I, but it's the main point of a lot of different public discussions that using of sustainable practice and also, of course, circular economy is only one possible base for our future. So I hope that we will use it. Thank you so much.
So now let's have a break again to be connected to the main event in Rwanda. Thanking again the World Circular Economy African Network for giving us this opportunity to realize a local global studio here in Italy, in Civitavecchia. So let's go into see it.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. A very short break, but a break that now gets us ready for our final session for today. Before I call up the moderators who are going to be tag teaming this session, if I may kindly ask you to please take your seat if you're in the room. And if you can hear my voice and you're still on the outside, I'm speaking to you directly and I'm inviting you to please come in and take your seat. Now, ladies and gentlemen, This next session is all about circular cities and shaping the future. We've got two incredible moderators who are going to be running the session. And I'm going to ask for your kind attention once more. Thank you so much. I do appreciate it. I'm going to invite Kristen Hughes. She is a director of the Resource Circularity Pillar and a member of the World Economic Forum's Executive Committee. She leads the Global Plastic Action Partnership, which we know is a public-private partnership that aims to shape a more sustainable and inclusive world through the eradication of plastic pollution. Let's give Kristen a big round of applause as she comes up. And I'm just going to take a couple of seconds to introduce the second moderator who Kristen's going to be handing over to shortly, but that's Paul Curry, and he supports African local government officers and stakeholders to take on systems approaches, both in strategy and in implementation, across themes of urbanization, across themes of informality, food, and the circular economy. His work contributes to new ways of engaging the bridge of creative expression, of science and policy, and all of this for improving resource equity, urban planning, and sustainable development in cities around the world. So let's give him a round of applause as well. That's Paul coming up. I'm going to leave you in these capable hands, and of course, we'll see you back on stage very shortly. Over to you.
Us. Is it not coming through?
Much better.
Maybe it's just the positioning. All right, sorry about that. Well, again, thank you. Thank you for the warm welcome. Thanks for the invitation to be here today. Thank you, all of you, for joining us this afternoon. I think it's really exciting, Paul, what we heard this morning. I heard so much resilience in this room. I heard this big word around adaptation, especially in times like these where we're really facing so many headwinds. Right, there are tension points, geopolitics, and yet there's so much enthusiasm. We're seeing innovation, entrepreneurial ideas came out this morning, and of course, all that energy through the opening dance as well. Now we're going to get into something a little bit more around what cities are doing to really embed circular practices. And I'm looking to you because you have been working in this space for so long. What are you hoping to get out of our panel, the conversation that we're about to have?
Absolutely. Thanks, Kristen. And I like that you said cities, because that's a word we haven't heard for much of this morning's deliberations. And yet it's a place where so many of the activities that we've been speaking about today take place or move through. And it's an incredibly important arena and space to think about when we talk about circular economy, really because cities are concentrators of people, resources, innovation. That's where the youth are moving or being born. And so it's a really exciting space to embed and think about implementation and practical ways that we're implementing the circular economy. To take us a step back, you mentioned a few words that we're hearing today, and so I think I'll start with what came out from Kissy, which is love is a circular resource. We had circular business requires persistence. We had bankable is not a law of physics, it's a social construct. And just in the last session, we heard circular economy is stuck in the future. And so perhaps to add an extra one which might contextualize our session, I would say that cities are the future now. What we do in our cities, how we design them, how we invest in them, neglect them, will shape the next century of development, both within those cities, particularly Africa and Asia, but also globally. So we can talk a lot about cities, I certainly can and have. I'm going to let a video prepared by the World Economic Forum do the work to contextualize this session and scope us to the focus of our work today. Which is built environment, planning, and infrastructure.
Thank you for that, Paul. And I think we have the video. We can go ahead and have it begin. Just so they can see that screen.
See that.
pleasure. Now is the moment of Professor Marconi. Professor Marconi will be your professor at the second year. Some of them knows him. Yes. And then after Marconi, we will close with Italy and Georgia. And Georgia and Italy depends from you. You decide. For the ladies, okay, the gender. So Professor Marconi is experienced for the eco design. Eco design is also eco-design is the way to design a new product. The circular economy with eco-design product. Thank you very much for correcting me. But also eco-design is the way on which the new regulation of the European. One thing of that I hear from Professor Cimaruta. Professor Cimaruta has spoken about the Mediterranean, and then you've seen the regulation, the Mediterranean regulation. And also you have seen in practical that, for example, we are neighbor with the north of Africa, no? For example, because the sea is the only one thing. And this practical thing, this concrete thing, is also a new regulation in Italy, because in Italy we are realizing the regulation of exclusive national zone that will make neighbors as with the Africa, and we have to manage together, okay, as neighbors, no? We are in front of each other. So the other argument is the eco-design. The eco-design is the way to design product, services, and new things, but also a regulation that will be a model to produce for many, many industries. It's a European proposal, but also spread on the industries, the plants, the way to produce. So a hint on this, Professor, the field is yours.
Thank you, Professor Mosconi, for the introduction, and welcome to everybody here and connected on Zoom. And I will speak about eco-design. So the students that follow my course just have already seen this concept and slide and images, for sure. But for some of you, maybe this topic is new. And this topic was introduced by Professor Musolino in his intervention before. And I am very, very happy that Professor Musolino said that eco-design is a central topic in a very big economy as the blue economy. So I'm very happy. I am expert of eco-design. I'm very happy that this concept could be applied in a so large environment, so large cases, so numerous cases. And I want to introduce eco-design with three questions. So what is eco-design? For the first, we have to know what is really eco-design and why we need eco-design, for sure. It is quite clear, but I want to highlight the motivation. And at the end, how is it possible to eco-design? And I will show you some examples from my background on my work on a research project and some other cases, industrial cases. So at the beginning, what is eco-design? Just the definition. I don't want to make now a lesson, but just a simple definition. So it's a systematic design approach. So a design approach, so an approach to design something that could be a product, but not only a product, it could be a system, could be a service, could be a process, could be anything. And aimed at eliminating, but eliminating is not possible. So reducing the impacts on the environment with a life cycle perspective. This is the central point of eco-design. So we need to take a life cycle perspective of the product or process or system
we are designing. So what it means to take a life cycle perspective. It means that we need to think about the entire life cycle at the beginning of the life cycle. So we need to have a life cycle view. So we need to anticipate the future phases. So we are at the beginning, we are before the material extraction, because during design, we are in the abstract phase. So we have an idea of the product, and we need to anticipate problem and to take into account all the future phases, so such as the extraction, but also, I don't know, the use, the distribution, the manufacturing processes, and also the end of life, which is the central, for sure, phase of the life cycle in a circular economy perspective. And for sure, this is more complicated than the design that is a complicated task, because the design at the beginning, this image is quite nice, in my opinion, because it represents the complexity of design. That design is an activity that aims to solve problems. And at the beginning, we have many problems to solve. And if we also include environmental considerations, for sure we have doubled the problem, but not only doubled. So eco-design, this is for sure, is more and more complex than standard design, because we need to take into account other problems, such as the life cycle issues of the future phases, such as manufacturing or use or even end of life. And focusing on circular economy, that would be the main topic of your interest. If we focus on design for circular economy, that is part of eco-design, it's a specific typology, I can say, of eco-design, we need to focus particularly on end of life, because the end of life is the phase in which we can close the loop, close the circle, or open the circle and waste materials at the end of the first life. But there is another big problem that is represented in the figure in the lower part of this slide, that is the overcoming of the so-called wall, because we are at the beginning when we are designing our product, we are configuring our solution, we are thinking on how to solve our problem, our design problems, on how to satisfy the needs, the consumer's needs, while the end of life is at the end. So it would be very far from us from a geographical point of view, but also from a temporal point of view, because the duration of the life of product could be very long. So if we think at a building, the duration of the life of a building is 50 years. If you think of a ship, the duration could be 50 years or even more. So the problem is not so simple to solve, because there are many phases between the design and the end of life, and there are many stakeholders that are involved in these phases, because we have the manufacturing people, we have the consumers, we have people involved in distribution or in the management of end of life or recycling. So, and we need to allow a collaboration among these people that manage the different phases, but we need to apply a preventive approach. This is the key aspect. So by applying eco-design, we are applying a preventive approach. So we are anticipating problems. We are trying to avoid future problems. And for sure, this is not so easy, as I said before. Why it is quite clear, for the reason that I think you know very well, so waste, overpopulation, emissions, pollution, and so on. You can proceed. Another motivation to implement eco-design is the possibility to put in practice new opportunities, business opportunities, because eco-design could be a competitive factor for industries, because through eco-design, we can implement, for example, in the first figure on the top, we can see some labels that are a competitive aspect to penetrate markets in some market for some customer, for some typologies of product, or in the other figures, I have reported some example of remanufacturing that is a quite common business model that to be implemented need to be based on eco-design, because if we want to remanufacture something at the end of the life, we need to think at the beginning that this product has to be remanufactured. Otherwise, it will be quite impossible to use remanufacture, to disassemble. And as an example, this is on the right part, the green box, is the strategy and the vision from Renault, that is a big player on the automotive sector, that have opened a few years ago, I don't remember precisely the year, but a few years ago, have opened a plant that is called a refactory. So it is a remanufacturing plant. But the strategy of Renault is not only on remanufacturing, so it's not only to open the new plant to disassemble all the cars and recover something, but is on a systematic approach. So is on retrofit, is on redesign, as called a restart from Renault, and then re-energy and recycle. So all the aspects of the life cycle need to be taken into account if we want to have an economical benefit. So if remanufacturing and eco-design, only in this case, remanufacturing and eco-design will be an opportunity from the business point of view. You can proceed. And another motivation was anticipated by Professor Mosconi, because eco-design is penetrating the regulations, so the legislation aspect. And these are some examples of the main directives and regulations and environmental plans from the European framework. And through these regulation and directives and plans, we can read that eco-design is a central topic, especially in the last ones, especially in the, for example, the new circular economy action plan, especially in the new battery regulation. And Mattia could confirm this because he is an expert of battery. And probably you have read in the last days about the new proposal of the packaging regulation that impose to eco-design packaging product in order to be reused. So we need to avoid in the next years, we need to avoid the discard of packaging product, but only through eco-design we can avoid the discard of material, because otherwise it is not this business, it is not economically feasible. So if we want to make an economically feasible, if we want to implement an economically feasible business, we need to eco-design. We need to think at the beginning. We need to prevent instead of remedy the problems. And this is some example from my background, as I said before. So how to eco-design, to demonstrate that eco-design can be practically implemented in a real product. This is an example from a coffee machine, a professional coffee machine. This is a research project in collaboration with a manufacturer of professional coffee machines. And through this eco-design experience, we have reduced the use of material, and we have changed some materials in order to avoid losses of thermal energy, because thermal energy in this kind of product is very important. And we reached a saving in terms of use of energy of, I don't remember precisely, but I think 20% by choosing a different material and by changing the shape of key components within this machine. This is just an example. This is another example. So how to design favor the disassembly. So if we want to reuse something, we need to disassemble something from the original product. Otherwise, we cannot reuse or remanufacture, as I said before. And but in order to allow an easy product disassembly, we need to make the right design choices. So in this case, it's a particular case study focused on a washing machine, as you can see in the figures. And we have redesigned some key components by implementing quite simple alternatives, but very effective alternatives from the disassembly point of view that allow to reduce the disassembly time and cost, so favoring the reuse of key components within the potential use of key components in this kind of product. We can see. This is another example on how to manage the value chain and supply chain of production chain for boots, for shoes. We can proceed. This is another approach. So the design, not of a product, but of an equipment, specialized equipment to disassemble components, valuable components, components with high residual end of life, or high residual value at the end of life, sorry. And this is focused on the design of a specialized equipment that is able to disassemble microprocessor from electronic boards that are wanted to the recycling of microprocessing or the disposal of this kind of very important and potentially pollutant products. This is another quite original research about on how to design products in order to avoid ergonomics issues. And this is focused not on environmental sustainability, but I can say on social sustainability, favor the work of people involved in the assembly of such products. So we can conclude, okay, we can conclude that after this presentation, I can say that the prevention and the management of the issues, environmental, particularly environmental issues, at the beginning of the life of a product or process, could lead to benefits in terms of environmental sustainability. This is clear. But also, as I showed you with the example, to the implementation of relevant business opportunities, so economic saving. But this is not simple for sure, and we need. There is still a lot of work to do, and we need, as said by the other speaker, we need to change the mentality to implement such approaches in the industrial world. Thank you.
Professor Marconi, it's important to change the way of thinking in order the mindset, in order to do new things. What we do at the university is to teach new things and then to teach, to do the new things that will impact in the new generations, in the new things to do. Now, thank you, Marconi, again, that he is also my master when I ask to advise. He teaches me many things because he is an engineer. So I am very curious when I speak about how to manage the circularity of this process, of these things. You have to know, you have to be acquainted with different fields of research and of study that Professor Marconi is as engineer. So now is the moment of Georgia and Italy, or Italy and Georgia. Please be with us together. No, this is together. Yes, one of two wait for the other. Is okay. Now, what do you want to do? You want to be the closing or the first? No, it's the same. When you enter in a room, the man is before enter. If you enter in the building, okay, the man is before, the lady after. Yeah. When you exit, yes, the lady is before, and I don't know. This is the one of the basic things. And no, besides I decide. You decided? Okay, thank you. Okay.
So, good evening to everyone. My name is Daniel Abib. I'm an international student to participating at the master degree of circular economy. And so, similarly to my colleagues, I'm interested to speak about. I want to expose one of the mainly problematic that we have in Italy. We suffer in Italy. So we will speak about the, I think it's not okay, the waste management. So in Italy, it's very common, as you can see in the first slide in this picture. Maybe it's an exaggeration, but we can find a lot of garbage and waste in the middle of the street, so in common place, and also in near some monuments like the Colosseum or something like that. And it could affect negatively a lot of aspects in the social and economic life of this country. So, for example, like the tourism. Okay, but on the current situation, speaking about some data and numbers, we can see that in Italy, the quantity of garbage and waste that is recycled is almost 63% of the entire waste production. But the most alarming thing is the gap between north and south region of Italy. So if we go deeply in this issue and we divide Italy in 3 macro areas, we can see that in the north of Italy we are recycling almost 70% of the entire waste production. Meanwhile, in the center and in the south, we are around 53 and 59%. So the difference is very huge. Now, another big problem is the how we are using our waste, our garbage. So every region has his favorite method to process the waste, but we can see that a large amount of this waste is still sent to the garbage dump. So it's not eco-friendly, it's not so good. Now we can move on some solution that we think about it, and I think that honestly the mainly solution could be the produce of less waste, of course, but it could seem an utopic solution. So for looking something more concrete, we find three solutions. So the first one is increasing the number of the first one is increasing the number of sorting center. So in this case, we could increase the number of players in this sector, and we can increase the awareness of the people, of the consumer, both private and public, both companies and individual consumer, to the environment health. So we can exhort them to do more. The second solution is trying to produce energy from waste. So, for example, as the Professor Musolino said before, we are improving the method to extract methanol from plastic. So we can try to produce with the process of pyrolysis, we can try to produce energy from plastic. The last one solution is always related to the production of energy, and is more a solution that is linked to this period problem. So the increasing price of electricity, of energy. So in this case, of course, we are struggling to find a new solution for providing energy, always from waste, and it could provide benefit both from social and economic point of view. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
So we are arrived to the last slide. Not smooth. Please.
Hello everyone, I'm Mariami, I'm from Georgia, and I'm really grateful that I have opportunity to talk about my country. At first, I want to mention that like developing countries, waste management in Georgia is also a challenge and is connected with national, regional, and also local challenges, also financial and environmental problems. At first, I want to start to speak about challenges which we have in my country. At first, methodologies, they are not provided with a special cleaning system, and residents have to throw their waste in rivers. And of course, it's a very big challenge. And also hundreds of uncontrolled landfills are created. For example, in 2015, we had about 900,000 tons of waste, and only 700,000 tons of waste was in official landfills. So it's a really big challenge, and also we have the inefficient waste collection system and also illegal dumping. Next one is that we have 10 companies and they are trying to recycle plastic, but for my point of view, I think that it is not enough. We have, and also all of these have impact of air quality and also on the water. Water is really important because we are using water not only for drinking, also for water our lands. And only 1% of water is for drinking. Soil containment is one of the main because brain waste in special landfills. There are special chemicals, and of course, it is left in the soil. Of course, it's problem about animals and our health, because especially for people who are living close of these landfills, they had bad health. If we ask a person where they want to live, of course they will tell us that they want to live in clean and soft places. But if we will have poor waste management, of course it will be so hard. And also it's bad because we cannot attract our tourists and also inventors in order to have incomes. And we have some kind of solutions. For example, from 2019, on the Georgia market, they are producing only biodegradable special bags. Also in Tbilisi and other regions, a system was created for the safe disposal of municipal waste, especially landfills, for our environment and also for our health. It's very important to create also special companies in order to recycle plastic and other waste, and also the existing obligation of the producers should be introduced. Thank you for your attention.
Like to speak. Just a few seconds. Thank to all of you, because today it is for me, I'm very satisfied, but not only, I'm honored to host all of you. Today I've learned a lot of things. First of all, your patience to be here, to remain here. So every one of you has the credit, and more than one credit I cannot to give to you. The credit in career, you know, is important. We will have a lot of opportunities to provide credits. The 12th of December, we have the visit to the power plant in Tirreno Power. The lesson will be both in Italian and English. This depends, but it's important to see and to touch the things, no? Okay. Thanks to Mattia, thanks to Francesco, thanks to Mrs. Our new disciples. Can I say about this? Quentin Tarantino, I say, but not Maria Rita Tarantino. PhD students, they are at your disposal, but especially thanks to the World Circular Economy Forum and Lara Maritano, because we have this event today, because the first students that has taken the degree 3 years ago was Lara Maritano. Lara Maritano today is a researcher from the Circular Economy Africa Network. She's Italian. She lived in Africa. The father was a doctor in Africa. And now she is in Africa, and in this moment in managing the deals, going in the different university by managing the World Circular Economy Africa Network, managing as one of the officers there, okay, and she asked us to be involved if you would like to be involved. So it is very important. Global Studio is a parallel session, but today I think they zapped on our, in the night we will know that, they zapped on our, to have the confirm, they zapped on our event. Tomorrow they will receive a short video. After the opening session, this night we will realize assembly the video. And we will realize on the same link we made now, the same link on the platform of the CITRA, that is one of the most important foundations in the world, from Finland. It's like the Ellen MacArthur Foundation. It's similar, but they work, okay? They work on the things, okay? will provide also for a lot of time the wide spreading on the web our session. So thank you very much for the World Circular Economy again, but especially thanks to all of you and all the students and people who remained here and is connected now. I don't know how many are they. At the moment they are 41, so we are around 41 and 30, we are 70, okay? So the long marathon, I say. Thank you to all of you again. And
Thanks to Professor.